Hello, YouTube Cubes. I am finally here. Hi. Now, if Twitch Cubes are wondering where I'm at, over at twitch.tv/AngryZorric, we are playing Final Fantasy VII if you want to check that out. If you're wondering where I've been, I've had family in town, and I've been doing other things. Got a lot of yard work done. I mean, so much yard work done that I'm at the point where I'm almost done with it. We're almost there. We're almost there. What else? Just been doing one thing after another, getting my internet figured out still. There's been some issues with that. $50 a month now? For a gig? Supposedly up and down. It's not, but it's $50. It's the cheapest, fastest internet I've ever had. So, yeah. So that is where I am at today. There's my brain. Now, I've done a bunch of other things I can't tell you, because if I did, people would do things with that information. But anyhow, we are going to play some Guild Wars 2 because I need views on YouTube, and youtube.com/@RandomZorric for all your VOD needs. Now, we haven't had a new VOD pop up there for a while. I'm going to start releasing the Final Fantasy VII VODs, I think starting tomorrow, so you guys have something, because there's probably not going to be a show tomorrow as well. Just been really busy this week, finishing some things up and almost done with it all. Like I said, once we get to September, it's going to be... you know, we're going. I've also done some admin things on the back end, as you know, going to a new address and all that kind of stuff, but more importantly, just clearing up some things and some legal stuff going on, getting that done. Just got it all done today, yesterday, previous day. So yeah, I don't even remember. Yeah, it's been like 3 days now, so we have a show for a couple days there. But if you have not seen the Final Fantasy VII playthrough, we should have that finale this weekend at some point, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, and then we'll be done with Final Fantasy VII, and I'll be back here on youtube.com/AngryZorric for Kingdoms of the Dump playthrough, and then we'll be back over at twitch.tv/AngryZorric for Final Fantasy VIII. That is what is on deck for those two channels. I would like to get done with Kingdoms of the Dump as soon as possible, but I don't want to rush through it as well, so it's going to be a little bit of longer shows here on YouTube while we do that, and then I'll be back over on Twitch. Now, there's some other things to talk about going on with YouTube. They're changing how the partner program and stuff works. I did talk about this on Twitch a little bit, but I haven't talked about it here on YouTube. Why not here right now? So they're doubling the hours of watch time and things like that. Some people have expressed worry over that. It's as simple as opening a tab with sorry, the music. Opening a tab with a VOD slash video you want to watch and just let it run. And that's it. That's all you got to do if you want to support YouTubers. So, you know, even if you do it overnight or you are watching it actively or whatever, if you're worried about people losing their partnership, that's what you do. If you do that for me, I would appreciate it anyways, because the more watch time this channel gets, the more YouTube gets mad at me, because we're not at 1,000 subs. So please subscribe as well, so I can make my $4 grand that they said I missed out on last year. But yeah, we're sort of at the point here on this channel where I say we, because without you guys watching and clicking and stuff, pretty secure. I've already beat the numbers this year for the new partnership stuff, so again, thank you so much. And we haven't even done that much content here because we've been over on Twitch as well. So I've even split it up, but that's because we were like 5 times more last year and the year before. It's like nearly 5 times more than what you need for the partnership to begin with. So you cut that in half, it's 2.5. So, you know, when they doubled it, we were already beating it. So I'm not a big worry. Now, they're also changing how views work. And when that changes over, we're going to try some stuff here just for fun, because I think the way they're going to count views is stupid. So, I will still have my old metric of what counts as a view, but I want to see just how broken we can get it. I don't want to play their game. I don't think the shorts views and stuff like that really matter that much. When you're making content that's 3 minutes or less, views aren't exactly what you're looking for. You're looking for retention. Did somebody watch it from start to finish or close to? So you're looking for like that 80% or more. I think it's more than that. I think it's like 85 or something. It's been a long time since I went and read that information, so it may have even changed. A lot of people aim for like 60 to 70%, which I think is fair, a good retention rate of any short form content. But when you're like millions of subscribers, you get millions of views like that, it just shrinks really fast. So what I'm talking about is like this small metric of the people who do watch you. Do they watch it all the way through, and how often? Why can't I think of his name right now? All I can think of is Brit. When he went and was messing with YouTube's new algorithm and stuff like that, and doing experiments and stuff, I wouldn't helped with that, you know, in the sense of a viewer. So he made a 30-some minute video, and then slowly cut the content back, so the percentage of retention went as high as possible on that video, and it had mixed results. But what happened, it was that since he did that, it was sort of like the viral counterculture watching that ended up happening, that made it so it wasn't a good metric of a test, is what ended up happening. He got it was extremely successful, but not for cutting the time back and the retention and the algorithm. It was extremely successful because people were just clicking on the video and watching it. So, you know, mixed results there. But my point is, like, in the future here, we will I'm gonna get some help from my alliance and things like that, and we're gonna mess with data. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. By the way, there's nothing against the rules for me saying this. Like, I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm going to have you guys watch a video, and, you know, if you accidentally hit the refresh button, if you hit the F5 key, I'm not going to be mad about that. You know, sometimes accidents happen. That's all I'm saying. But there are bot programs out there that's just going to do it over and over, and you're going to have videos and VODs with 1 million views. So yeah, I won't be doing any of it myself, so therefore it's not fraud, you know. And that's the ecosystem of YouTube. And this change towards long form content is silly. It doesn't matter. That's not how companies look at the metrics anymore. They're sort of behind the times doing this, or they just, I think they don't care, because I think something else is going on and they just don't want to leave some people hanging some people out to dry. So anyways, I was just going to talk about that a little bit. The views, the watch time, all that kind of stuff. Don't worry about that. If you're watching, you're subscribed, all that kind of stuff, you've already done more than enough. Those who are members have done even more than that. The prices have locked in to how YouTube's doing it now. If you have any kind of concern, comment, or anything like that, just leave it on a video. Just go join the Discord, hit me on Blue Sky, whatever. Yeah, just a lot of stuff's been going on Twitch and here on YouTube. So I'm trying to think there's anything else I need to talk about. Not really. We're just gonna play some video games. I hope that's okay with everyone. We're at 48,439 achievement points. You know, we're going after 50,000 achievement points this year. Closing in on that 48.5 chest, but not taking it too seriously. I need to finish up my my dailies for the Festival of Four Winds here. Just been busy. So I have every annual done except for Kite Chaser and the skiff racing. I'm not going to do the skiff racing. It's not worth all the trouble. So yeah, I should probably change my build if I'm going to participate in this blitz. Wow, man, they really moved it along since I came into the map. It was only like a fifth of the way. It's getting me. Is it you? Get out of here. But yeah, what the flip? Back up. Just back up. Change your build. Quickly. No, it's 5 and then 6. Let's go. I don't have to play perfectly. That's the whole point of this build, is I can spam res people and pretty much not pay attention to things. Anger and elitist today. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff to catch up on. Been so busy with the house that, yeah, just behind on Guild Wars 2, behind. I saw that Guild Wars 3 released Humans, and then Coden came out today, I think. It's also dev season. What am I thinking of? Con season. So, yeah, so the conventions and stuff and the things coming out of those, and trying to catch up to it all. Got a lot of offers for me to play certain people's video games. I am not interested in those video games, is why I have not responded to them or participated. So, you know, it's been fun. It's been fun. I feel like it's gotten really quiet in the Salt Cube Factory too. A little too quiet. So I need to shake the factory and see who's scared. I mean, we gotta do any world versus world this week, even though I was like, man, I need to make sure I get my world versus world stuff done. Not gonna happen again. Hi, Midian. Cubes be human? Yeah. Cubes be self-sufficient. I looked at the prune list. Didn't see any cubes on there. I was like, yeah, that's right. And then I realized, like, oh yeah, they'd get pruned anyways. I didn't grab that one. I haven't even really looked at my weeklies. All I know is that these legends don't count as champs, so that sort of sucks. I wish they would change that in the dailies, because it would be great to come out here and do Banisher of Legends and not have to do go hunt champs or whatever. I have not found a good champ farm again, and I don't want to go into fractals, so yeah, that daily just really sucks, by the way. It happens far too often. Go do a daily fractal. You go do a fucking daily fractal, ain't it? Jesus Christ, man. It's like every other day or sometimes 2 days in a row. I don't want to do a fractal, all right? I don't want to play with other people when I log in and do my dailies. Also, it's like dead time, and so it's like I'm just getting bottom of the barrel nonsense. These people don't even know how to do the quick play. I'm carrying the entire time. It's mostly because some of those fractals, they just take forever. You get in there and you're like, you see that you're coding, and it's like, you know what, I'm out. Not today. Not today. Yeah, I just stopped doing fractals. All in Mesmer Night? Yeah. Trying to, just can't really do anything right now. Don't know what kind of time I have or how tired. So part of today I took a nap, and I took a 2-hour nap because I've been so tired lately. And I slept 8 hours last night, if not more. Come here, Wigan. Okay, I'm blind. Cool. Just do it early. I can't see what's blinding me. It's the people outside being rangers and outlaws that need to come in and stack on this group to prevent him from walking away. And there's no way we can die if we do that. Because, fun fact, most of the time when people go down, it's because they're not in the damn group. Like, I'm not the only one providing alacrity, and I'm definitely not providing that quickness. And see, if you go down on the group, I can immediately pick you up and make you stronger. Literally, what doesn't kill you does make you stronger in this game, because I picked you up. I didn't save my... If I wait for that to hit me, I have stability and it doesn't knock me around or whatever, I can use that fire to my advantage as people don't remove it and stack up a lot of DPS. Like, you could see it in there sometimes where it's like 8,000 burning damage on top of the 5,000 torment and 3,000 bleeding. So my DPS goes way up. Okay. This one is almost there. Excellent. And then they're gonna go ahead and kill Hableon, which is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna get involved in this because people are gonna troll. What's up? Fun times. Then we'll go off to Boom Boom Banes. Those level fractals can be solo, just saying. But Midian, my point about fractals is that they take too long. 10-15 minutes for a daily is too long. That's... Our daily system is fucked. Okay, Boom Boom Banes, on the other hand. Up on this hill. What in the fucking... Hello? Hello, gamers? Shit. Fuck you. Whoever did this is a dickhole. It's been a lot of trolling this year, I've noticed. Coming to, like, people killing the Hableon first and just all sorts of weird shit happening. And I don't know if it's just because gamers are so fucking bad now, like in Guild Wars 2, or they're just literally getting people together just to cause problems. But I feel like it's the former, not the latter. They just, like, somebody was up here shooting Boom Boom, and then I have not seen the turret. Maybe when I was down? God damn. The problem with it being up here too, and that other stuff there, is when you try to dodge away from it, you dodge down and it's like an entire diagonal in the fucking circle. Alright, that's done. I got Kite Chaser left here. Let's go ahead and go do some of that. Hey Galka, welcome. But yeah, fractals just take too long in general. I don't want to solo, I just don't want them to be in the dailies anymore. I also want them to change how champions work in the weeklies, and like, if I kill a legendary creature, why doesn't that count as a champ too? Like, why is killing something stronger not counting for something weaker? Like, I'm doing something better than what you're asking. So it doesn't make sense to me. But then, like, I know if you can time it and show up for, like, a world boss or whatever, like, it's easy to get that stuff done. because you'll get champs and stuff in there, but they changed how veterans work. If you kill an elite or champ, you get more experience towards it. Was this a recruitment thing? Anyways, we'll grab kite baskets. I've been doing my best to keep up with this festival dailies, but it's been pretty hard. Not that. Not that. Festivals. There we go. So like I said, the annual, I still have this, the Lost and Found is what it's called, not Kite Chaser. Everything else is done. I'm not doing the skiff race. I think it's dumb. But my weekly chest, so the weekly, I haven't done that very well. And I don't know what happened. We're at 82 right now. But I only have 2 of them. So I've missed out on 1 chest already. It's been, I don't know how I've done the dailies every day, I think, but I don't know how I missed out on weeklies last week. I must have been just short somehow, but that shouldn't be a fucking thing. Because if I'm doing the dailies every day, I should be able to get the weekly done in those 7 days, in my opinion. So yeah, there's a lot about the casualness of this game that is so just not casual. You have to go out of your way to do a lot of things to get your stuff done. Like, I'm at 11 tickets. I don't know, is that right? How many days? 11? Yeah, so I really don't know how I missed out on a chest. It's not like I'm not doing anything here, you know what I mean? I have 24 of these, so I've missed out on these too, for sure, because I didn't have time to always do the treasure hunt and stuff, which that's probably where I'm missing things. So since I didn't do the treasure hunt to completion or something, or maybe the treasure hunt doesn't count, I don't know. But I don't have time to participate in that every day type thing, so I don't know. It's close but no cigar type shit. So and I just realized how shitty this festival is for dailies compared to other ones. Like, I'm running a race every day, that's 35 points. I'm doing a blitz almost every day, that's 10 points. So if I do, even if I did 6 blitzes on top of those 7 races, it wouldn't be enough, because I'd be at 95, so I would miss out on the chest, unless the weekly doesn't give you a chest, and no, it's right there. I'm just not getting the extra ticket. So yeah, I'm not sure. But I realize Festival of 4 Winds is probably, unless you're opening a bunch of chests to those supply boxes and stuff, it's really sort of a shitty... Yeah, that's what I'm learning a lot in the last few years, is that the festivals, just doing them casually, they suck. The rewards suck. Oh, Shadow Behemoth is happening. I was just grabbing kite baskets. Hold on here. What is the weeklies? Cantha or events in Maguma Jungle. I don't know how I have so much of that done. Salvage 50 items. Complete a Convergence or Fractal. Crimson Plateau. Defeat Awakened or Risen. I ran into this. There's like nobody here. I'm still a Scourge. That'll probably work out. Yeah, they're not scaled to hell. What else? Complete the Great Jungle Worm boss. That synergizes with this one up here. What happened? Did I get knocked down? My god, it's a world boss. The first one I ever fought, I think. It was in beta. That's cool. Is he still bugged? Looks like he's still bugged. Yeah, he's supposed to do that. Then the portal spawn. Run, Zorric, run! Anyways, we're having a lot of fun with Final Fantasy VII over on Twitch. The playthrough isn't as fun as it could be. I haven't enjoyed it as much if it was just playing through and doing fun stuff, but things really changed once I got to this 2, I feel. I don't have to worry about a bunch of crap. We had to cheat to date Barrett and stuff like that. Spoiler alerts. Okay. I don't know why I'm still gonna get hit. I'm not in the circle. I saw that one. Oh, I see the circle. It's under the water. I gotta look really close. It's green on red. What the frick? We're not in the... Oh, it's the vet got me. I was like, how'd that still get me? Don't die, people. Ah. But yeah, I was able to beat a super weapon long before I should have. We've had a lot of success. Killing things in the game isn't a problem. So we're at the finale. I don't have a whole lot to do except grind. I've sort of made the decision outside of stream that I will grind as much as possible, but if there's still like a lot of grind left to do because I want to master all the materials and get the money done, we have to get the money done if anything. So I guess blocks don't matter. I stepped into it. But yeah, we're gonna be grinding all of that out and then beating the game. We got one super weapon left too, so yeah, we got a lot of stuff done. I think we're at part 8, 7 or 8. I lost count. But we're at 50 hours of gameplay. But again, those VODs will go up on youtube.com/@randomzorric. Final Fantasy VIII will be much more enjoyable because there's no achievements to get. It's just playing through the game normally. But really, you'd get all the achievements if you follow it through anyways. Because we're not leveling, and we're getting all the GFs. I just cannot get away from these conditions. Need super speed over here. Come on, come back in. There we go. I don't know if that helped me get anything done, but we did it! Yeah! I need to switch back to a, being a, Scourge in World boss fight isn't the worst. When you're outside of it. I think also what tainted the Final Fantasy VII playthrough is the fact that I moved and then I started, and life is stressful and things like that. Again, it wasn't a bad playthrough. There's just some understanding that didn't click and things like that, and it's been a little frustrating. But also, I think a couple of those achievements for sure, just, they're really dumb. Just cheat. Taking console achievements and moving it over to PC after PC already had achievements that were much better. Like the question of, did you get the final limit breaks? Did you, I think those are so much better than trying to figure out hidden values and stuff like that. I thought there was a kite back. Oh, it's all the way over there. Let's go get it. Final Fantasy VIII doesn't have all that bullshit. Yeah, the more I think about it, Final Fantasy VIII, when it comes to like playing through that game, it is very linear. I enjoyed the junction system. And pretty much you just play a mini game the entire time. Which I don't think is a bad thing. Final Fantasy VII, I feel like Final Fantasy VII's hitting that point for me where it hasn't aged very well. So as I play other newer games, like, and they do it quote unquote better, or they just don't do it at all. And so when you play through newer games and you don't have that bullshit to play through, I think that's why Final Fantasy VI, when I went back to it, was such a terrible experience for me, because I played so many better RPGs before I went back to it. Or I just played the Final Fantasies that I really did enjoy. And so you go back to one where, like, you know, people really love it. And so you think, oh yeah, I should really enjoy this too. But like, it's false expectations. Yeah. Playing through, I actually enjoyed playing through Final Fantasy 3 and 4. 3, 4, 5, and 6 was pretty good. I mean, the first 6 were pretty nice. You enjoyable. 8 out of 10 playthroughs, easy, if not higher than that, especially for 3 and 4. Final Fantasy 3 and 4 went so well compared to past playthroughs that I'm glad those are the ones that are recorded. Grab some meat here. Ecto prices. Should probably talk about those really quick. 30 silver. I've seen these drop all the way back down to 27, 28. Yeah, too much Ecto out there. That just supply just outpacing demand, and then their changes just sort of killed how Ecto works. I think people are still using Ecto, but I don't know what the big winner was this year for those boxes. So a lot of people got burned, and then of course they're dumping their Ecto. I expect prices of Ecto to plummet back down to at least 20 silver. Yeah, at some point. I don't know how long it took last year. I don't want to do any definitives, but yeah. One more. Was that all the kite baskets? I missed that one. I don't want to go get that one. I'm just doing some extra kite baskets because that daily isn't showing up as much as I thought it was. I think I had the same problem last year. So I need 22 more. Will we get it 4 more times? I don't know. I'll just finish it up. I'm not really getting anything out of doing it anyways. I'm just doing it since I could. I keep hitting buttons. Like, I don't know what's wrong with my hands. What the frick? 16 to 24? That's an entire 33% increase. What is going on here? Someone must have bought a bunch of poultry, is my guess. Got cheap enough for them. Still pretty good, though, if it's sitting around 20 silver. Not a lot of things out there. This inventory's looking... Hold on. I thought I just saw something. You want a piece of this? God, centaurs are dumb.
This is most remarkable.
All right, that's another weekly. It's actually why I keep those for that daily, that salvage 10 things. Is the worm next? No. The Shatterers right now for world boss. I don't think we need the Shatterer, right? No. Complete events in Caledon. So we're an entire hour out. I might just go to Caledon and finish it. Okay, let's go. Like, I want to play Guild Wars 2 today, which is the crazy part, but then, like, I've started playing and now I just don't want to play anything. I think some time off from gaming has been good. I think I'm burning out. Not so much on gaming, but on, like, just doing one thing after another after another. The chain, oh man, when like, I've been enjoying my new house, no matter what my wife says. Like, I keep telling her the things I want to change in the house and things, and she's taking it as complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, like, I am not going to have a backyard that feels like I'm in a Mario Kart race when I'm mowing. Like, it's so bumpy, it's insane. There's so many holes. Are there no events on the map? Hey, a kite basket. Hold on, we can do these too. Oh, this one. But yeah, there's like a lot of stuff I want to do with the house because it's our house. But come on, stick with me, person. Set up the defenses. But then, like, the change. So there's a point where you realize, like, life ain't the same. I think that hit me at some point recently. That, yeah. I just got tired suddenly. Like, I have all this stuff to do, and now I can't just go do this. Oh, by the way, this weekend, the reason why there might not be a show is because it's going to get really loud outside my house. I can't really tell you why. Yes, I can. There's a festival outside my house. There is a... God damn it, ain't it? Yeah, I get it. A jumping puzzle. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Just let people cheat. I'm tired of devs like, play my thing. No, I don't want to play your thing anymore, okay? Let me get on my fucking earned mount here. And let me do my fucking shit. God damn it. Can't use a mount here. How about you make a challenge moat and then make people do the jumping puzzle that way instead of all the changes you did that don't matter. Where's the last one? Oh, it was over there. Don't worry, I got you. Whoops, almost killed it. Whoops. Let's get out of here. Nice. Anyhow, what was I talking about? Yeah, it's gonna get really loud outside my house. There's like gonna be a live band out there. So, depending on when that happens, I don't remember what that is. So this week's gonna be a little weird. It is just the way it is. Oh, Firefly, that's right. The essence. I don't even think I have to turn them in. Finish it? I am doing way too much. Okay, we're gonna leave this event here to go do other events. No, there's a chain event off this one. You know, Caledon's actually really good about the chain events. I'm killing all this. You can't stop me. I love Spectral Grasp. It is the most MMO move ever. It is the essence of what a video game skill should be. For so many reasons. They were gonna nerf it. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna go do a different bit. People showed up and it went from needing 15 to needing 9 billion. And so the next blog post for Guild Wars 3 will be Asura. I have not read through the code and human stuff very well. I read things, but I don't think it really sunk in. Damn. But the Asurans will be next. Obviously. And then we'll finally see what the fourth one is. Which is gonna be, some elvish type race, magical in some way. You probably, study magic as like a technology. Capture. That's my guess, because we gotta, there's gotta be a way to taste ooze. What the flip? Man, I do not miss 2012 Guild Wars 2 like other people do. I know we had maybe some time on our hands, but not for it to move an inch when it's going to take a mile. Magic has technology, yeah. They do a lot in video games now. Where they're like, this is magic, blah, 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 right? Just hear me out. But it ends up, they're like, and here's your magical boots. And it's just like gravity boots or some shit like that. But it's magical. It's magical gravity boots. But it's not. It's just technology. So it's magical technology. Like, if I brought smartphones from today to the 1900s, not only would they not work because we don't have the satellites and shit, and, you know, and like the phone towers and shit, but it's still it's a technology, right? But if it did work, and I could be like, let me show you the world, and like bring up maps and shit, like if I brought a working smartphone to 1900, World War I would have been completely different, and so would World War II. Like, just that technology. I don't have to bring anything else to the past. I just need a working smartphone. Because they're like, I don't think people realize the power they have in their hands. This computer right here is exactly that. But to them, it would be a magical screen, right? It would be magical. It would give them answers that they didn't know. Like, it could possibly cure disease. Like, they'd call it magic. Some people would be like, that's the devil. But it's not. It's technology. But they just pass it off that way. Like, ooh, we know how to harness this energy, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing in Final Fantasy VII. They didn't lean into the magic, they pulled away from it. So, like, Mako energy is literally spiritual energy, but it's technology. It's magical technology. Like, there's no other way to explain it. I'm not summoning a creature to ride. This right here is magic. Like, poof. I have a mount. That's magic. Something out of nothing. Right? And then I'm riding around on... The saddle itself would be technology. But the mount and summoning it, that's magical. And that's what they're going to do in Guild Wars 3. They're going to be like, oh, now you have access to this thing somehow through magic. But then you get into the girth of it, and they're going to be like, well, we use computers. It's ArenaNet can't help but mix things to a point where, like, it could be realistic to a point, but then, like, you know, the Asura exist in Guild Wars 2. All this magical energy would be harnessed into a technological prowess to the point where Asura would have already taken over the world. Dragons would not be a problem. They would simply just nuke the dragons. But ArenaNet's saying that's not how magic works, but literally that's how magic works in Guild Wars 2. Anything with the capability of absorbing that energy becomes stronger. That's it. And the reason why our characters are so strong is because they've absorbed magic. The reason why humans are able to do what they do is because they have magic. Like, that's it. And that's why they haven't, like, dived into freaking jet engines, right? But yet, the Asura have, and guess what energy they're using? Magic. Like, how does magic work? Does it dissipate? Like, when, how, like, here's the problem with ArenaNet and magic. It never goes away. There's nothing eating the magic, right? It just absorbs it and releases it. So it's always there. It's not being converted into something that can't be used, right? It's not like Teflon. Yeah, it's just literally, this guy has it or this guy has it. Like, literally people have become gods in the game simply absorbing magic, right? Dragons, they absorbed magic. We killed them. What happened? All the magic went out into the world. Like, there's no constant, consistent theory to how magic works in Guild Wars 2, in my opinion. It just works, I guess. But then you have the Asura come along and they like, like, what if we just put it into a storage bin? Like, there ain't no way this race would have all of this know-how and not be able to harness it in a way that was unstoppable, is my point. Like, the Asura are the master race at the end of the day because they simply have technology and the understanding of science on top of it. While everybody else just goes, oh, I believe in it. That's not good enough. You can't cure cancer by simply believing it can be cured. That's not how it works, right? That's not how we came up with vaccines or anything like that. Somebody said there's something more to this. They literally put rotting meat in jars to figure out how maggots became a thing, right? It turns out flies need to touch the meat and plant their eggs for us to get maggots. But people believed it was just magic. But that's not magic. That's just how things work. And then if you put a net over it, you get the eggs on top and the meat still rotting in the bottom, but the meat is still rotting at the end of the day, which is another question of what's still eating the meat. And then if you get a microscope and you look, you say, oh, there's little freaking things eating it. And then some people are like, no, germs aren't real. I can't see them. Yes, you can. Go get the microscope, spit on it, well, not the microscope, but a slide, put it under that microscope, and you're gonna see shit in your mouth that you don't want to see. It's not magic. Now we have science to prove the magic being something that isn't magical. But in a fantasy setting, magic is real. We have another source of energy we can harness. Yet, and that's what makes it fantasy, by the way. I turned in how many of those? And I only got silver? Let's go this way. Hold on. I gotta read your messages, by the way. Hold on. What's happening? Who am I killing? Who's dead? We gotta protect these people? From what? Hey! Hey! Knock it off! People just trying to live here. What are you, a Republican? I'm sorry, that was out of line. Came out of nowhere. We're not political here. That was a joke. But am I wrong? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's not like I'm gonna go start a war. Anyways, I'm listening. Sci-fi but they call it magic, or current tech and they call it magic. Sure, that's the thing. I've always found certain phrases in books to be interesting, like when an author uses the phrase carte blanche, and in Fantasyland where the French language... Oh yeah, just in like Final Fantasy VII, they were like, it's Greek to me. Greece doesn't exist there. That's why I'm mad at the new pants. Hold on. Oh, you just hit a nerve. You know these new fucking pants? Why are they called that? Why are they called those? I still don't know how to say the word. Okay, zoom in. Zoom the No, they're not. They are not called that. There's no Greece. Rome didn't happen. There were no Greek wars. None of that happened. It's a cloud skirt tassel. Tassel skirt, sorry. Cloud tassel skirt. That's what you have to call it that. Unless you're gonna put Greece in the game and say, it's, you know, like, it's not like Pokemon where, you know, Japan and the United States are a real place. Because they literally say it in the game. These are real places there. I think they backtrack on that a little bit. Anyways. Becoming in 1940s Germany? Are you mean a 1930s Germany? 1940s Germany is definitely what you don't want, because there wasn't much left at the middle of the 1940s for Germany. That was sort of the end of people going, maybe the Nazis were wrong. I think this political party's been disproven. Early 40s, where it was the strongest. You ain't wrong there, like, straight up. That's when the Kool-Aid was being just... It was in the faucets, you know what I mean? People believed. The difference between... Oh, man, I have to explain that, well, Alexander the Great was able to do it. Riding on just... Like, even in the 1800s, I don't think people realized how powerful countries were simply because they knew how to utilize gunpowder still. And gunpowder had existed by that point for the longest time. But like World War II, the reason why a country just can't simply, even in this day and age, take over the world is because the technology and know-how behind it is shared. There is no longer just, you know, this country has horses and this country has tanks, right? That doesn't exist anymore. Everyone has planes. Everyone's in the sky. Everyone has satellites. Everyone has the technology. So like 1900s, like the beginning of the World War I, that was the chance. And it didn't end well because technology just, it flew. We're talking about magic. Let me tell you what grows the fastest in the real world. Technology, which is, again, the magic of the real world. So when that exponentially increased and we started making things like planes and tanks and stuff like that, that was the end. There is no winning against that. Yet some countries were still ill-prepared in Europe to face industrial Germany. Engineering Germany, right? So when we go like and look at history and technology, World War I to World War II is a fascinating period of time because technology just exploded. Mostly for war, but like it gave us jet engines, it gave us machinery that we use to the jackhammers come from World War II. Yesterday I learned that the World War I helmet for the United States was developed because of football. Like, General Patton saw the football helmet. And then he was like, yeah, we should have that for our soldiers. Get something more like that. That's crazy to me. Anyways. Yeah, it wasn't the... No. We're living in the times of ghosts. That's what the realization this year. We live in times of ghosts and ghost stories. I think that's where a lot of conspiracy comes from too. I think people are really just bored. They're smart enough to understand many things, but they're not logical or rational or critical thinking enough to use what they know to answer said problem. Like, the world's on fire right now. And, you know, I can give you a billion reasons why. But at the end of the day, if you don't believe in any of those reasons, then I guess it doesn't matter. I guess if you truly believe in, you know, planes are, well, they are. That's the problem. Like, I don't want to tell someone like that's not happening, but it's not. Like, literally, we had sulfur getting thrown into the sky, and then we told ships, hey, don't do that. That's bad. The sulfur left the sky, and now the global warming as it is seems worse. But it's not true. That's just always how bad it was. We were trying to solve another problem, which is acid rain. With the deterioration of environments and the ecosystem through that sulfur in the air, and we resolved most of it. But the problem is we had another problem that now seems like it's been just incubated, and this was solving that problem by being its own problem. But we can't have multiple problems trying to solve other problems. That's just going to create one big problem. That's the end of everything. Hey, Ada. God, man, the world is a mess, but it's pretty easy to solve. But people just don't want to solve it. They're tired, I guess. And I don't blame them. I mean, it's just once in a lifetime terrible event after another. I mean, I don't blame anybody for not wanting to put in the effort, but I can blame them all the same. I can be like, well, it's because nobody's putting in the effort that this shit isn't changing. You know who has a lot of time on their hands? Rich people. And I think people are starting to understand that. It would seem quite the opposite, but no. When you have people doing things for you, so you don't have to think about it, like, let's just be honest. If you were a billionaire, you wouldn't pay your bills. Somebody else would be paying your bills. Does that make sense? Like, you no longer have to worry, is my phone going to work tomorrow? Like, that's just not going to happen. Somebody's getting paid to make sure that phone gets work. And then you're not paying them. Somebody else in your organization is paying them. Some financial advisor, accountants, whatever you have. Right? Like... And that's just it. We're in the time of people not having enough time to rest, to be happy, to be healthy. We live in a time where it's just go, because that's where everything was shifting, especially after World War II. It's been a rat race, dog-eat-dog world ever since then. It's all going to end. Might as well get the most out of it. Fuck everyone else. And then when you ask for a little bit of empathy... what did he call it today? A buddy of mine. So somebody, significant other has cancer, and they went and told their story about it. But this certain somebody has had so little empathy for everyone else that a buddy of mine pointed out, don't have empathy for them. Yeah, it sucks for their significant other. True. I can have sympathy and empathy for their significant other for, first of all, being married to that son of a bitch, but The other thing is, like, them coming out going, oh, woe is me, and blah, blah. You have the money to fight it. You have the ability. You screwed over so many fucking people to get in your position that I don't want to hear your fucking story. I have friends who have died from cancer simply because they didn't have the right insurance. Don't go and try to get empathy and sympathy from the masses, you fucked up freak. I fucking hate that shit. And then they write a fucking story to try to make them seem human. They're not, because when we asked them to be human, they couldn't do it. So no, I don't have sympathy or empathy for their position. This is called punishment. You deserve it. And then people are like, well, that's cruel, Zorric, blah, blah, blah. But it's the opposite of empathy. It's realizing they haven't earned the right for my emotions. So I'm not going to give them the energy. Skip the article. But my buddy called it something today, and I can't remember. Why he called it that. But it's exactly right. Like, fuck you. If you went and set off a nuclear weapon and killed billions of people, like, I don't know, or millions of people, not billions, Jesus Christ, the end of the world. You set off a nuclear weapon, and then you turn around and said, oh, my kid has cancer. Nobody cares, you fucking demon of the world. If there was a reason for me to believe in a higher power, it would be right in that moment when you go, oh, my kid has cancer. Yeah, it's called punishment at this point because you killed millions of people. Like, dude, the chain reaction here of life. But more than likely, the reason why they have cancer is because there's nuclear fallout that you caused nearby. Like, I just want to shake people and be like, do not feel anything for this person now. They have proven they don't want you alive. They don't want you to exist. That's where you shut off the emotion and go, nah, I'm going to care about my neighbor who's having issues. I'm going to go mow their lawn because it makes more of an impact in my life than this person telling me a story about their significant other who's going to survive that cancer because they're a millionaire. Fuck. It was so hard. Yes. There are people who live in the same difficulty just trying to find a meal, and you're sitting there to want to tell me about your fucking problem of your significant other that's going to be in a hospital, 5-star fucking hospital, hotel room type room, and they're going to be sitting there getting that treatment every day. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here. You literally helped ruin this country. I do not care about you. If a car hit you, I would still care as much about you today and tomorrow and last week because I don't care about you at all. Goodbye or not. I don't care. I don't want to see you again. You're a terrible human being. Go away. And some people get mad at me for saying that, but it's like, Jesus Christ, do you not realize your enemy when you see them? It's not a side, it's not a team, it's a person. If that person will watch you die when they can save you, they're not a good person. You should not be for them in any way, shape. You can forgive them. You can be like, yeah, that's the way they are, blah, blah, blah. 100%. But you don't have to do anything with them again. Forgiveness is the act of going, yes, I have acknowledged this person and what they've done, and it no longer is going to affect me in a negative way because we just have to get past it. Right? And then you go help other people because you have sympathy and empathy for them because they're not actively trying to ruin your life. Fuck! Like, I shouldn't have to teach people these things. And we should all be like, yeah, that's a terrible person. Let's get rid of them out of power. But then, like, some people are like, no, they're on my side. They're not on anyone's side. That's what I keep trying to explain to people. They're not on a side. They're in it for themselves. It's selfishness. God, bringing up like 1940s Germany. What do you think was happening there? There were no sides. There was literally one man everyone was after. That's why he is constantly brought up in history. It's so exhausting to have emotions for other people when I don't really have that many to give. Apathy is just not caring in general. It's just not putting the energy out for any. You're just like, it's just gonna happen, right? It's not exactly not caring. It's more like ignoring that you have to care. This is more on the side of just what's a good word for it? I'm searching. If I could just make that person disappear, I would. Because the world would actually be better off without them. Or nothing would change. And in this case, I feel nothing would change at this point. So they don't get any energy from me. But I'm still I'm not apathetic to what's happening around them. Like, they have proven they're incapable of being a good person, right? Like, that's my point. Like, that person, gone. And I don't think it would affect the rest of the world for the rest of time. Like, it's not like a certain leader, if I just, and he was gone, like, that void, holy shit. I mean, if we just look at history, when you remove certain people, nothing changed or everything changed. I mean, it's why the story of like Jesus is so important to understand, even if you don't like religion. The man literally went around telling people to be better people to the point where he was the man to kill. Right? And whether it's all a lie or it's all true doesn't matter. But the moment he was, everything changed. The world shifted because of one man. And the story, whether the man existed or not, does not matter because we can't prove it anymore. We can only go by what has been told for thousands of years at this point. Right? So when you have 2,000 years of people saying this thing existed, if he did, what a great man. But then, if we just back up 100 years, 80 years, 90, Jesus Christ. When we talk about a certain person in Germany, that was the man to kill. And the moment he was gone, the world shifted. We weren't even done with the war. But the world was already done with the war. Does that make sense? To the point where we did just outrageous things to end it. Which put fear in humanity of understanding that's how far technology has come. To the point where we have a power just to delete a city and go, have you had enough? And that's scary. But at the same time, through all those years, the misconception of that magic, see, it's full circle. But if I could take a technology and just go, poof, and make a shift, like if I just remove satellites from orbit, suddenly, you would all know it, right? But if I got rid of pencils at this point, how many people would notice that pencils were gone? That's the difference. That's the stuff we're talking about. Like, some people are going to be like, oh yeah, where's my pencil, right? But they'll just go look for a new writing utensil. They'll find a pen. They'll just type out the email. Maybe they'll just draw something with their finger. Like, that's the kind of people I'm talking about. Like, some people are going to notice. I'm not. I don't think I fucking own more than 2 pencils anymore. I just went through all my stuff. Well, if pencils counted mechanical pencils too, maybe I would notice, because I do use those sometimes. But I mostly just use pens or my computer. You know what I mean? That's my point. But if somebody actively stopped you from writing every time you went to go write, and they knocked whatever was in your hands out of your hands, wouldn't you be annoyed at that person? Wouldn't you be annoyed at that person? That's what I'm talking about. If I made that person, you wouldn't care anymore because nobody's knocking the shit out of your hands. Do not have empathy and sympathy for people who are actively trying to destroy your life. And they're not on a team. Don't convolute the thing that people are keep trying to, this group of people are going to do this, or this group of, no, they're not. No, they're not. They would have already done it. We'd already be in a situation. It would be completely obvious that they're trying to, like, again, I have to come to the defense of trans people because it's been brought up again. If trans people were out to get me, they would have already gotten me. Trust me. I have surrounded myself with enough of them that one of them would have got me by now. I would be a woman already, okay? There ain't no fucking way there's truth to what they're saying. There ain't no, it's impossible, some of the shit that I hear. Like, it's not a disease. It's not going to spread. It hasn't. There's more normal people in the world than you'll ever see of trans people ever. It's such a small minority. The only problem is people need to understand it's more identifiable for things. The cancer rates are going up not just because cancer's going up, it's because it's easy to identify it sooner and relatively quicker than it's ever been. So it's easy to go, you have cancer cells today than it was 100 years ago. Okay? It's not always just black and white. This is the reason too. It's the same thing though, like when people are getting sick with measles now, we can't just ignore the fact that it's like, I don't think people understand the herd immunity is gone. And that's a very dangerous thing, not for those who are just unvaccinated, but for those who are. Because no matter what, at the end of the day, it's a team effort for that. And when a parent goes, I'm not going to vaccinate my child, I heard it does this. And then I have to ask them, would you rather have your child absolutely disabled or have Asperger's? Because that's your argument. You're going, I'd rather have my child dead than take care of my child because they're different. But at the same time, it's not true. They're going to be normal. You want to know why? Because the virus hasn't got to their fucking brain and scrambled their fucking cells. You stupid fuck. God damn it. I'm so frustrated with the vaccine shit. I am so angry with the vaccine shit. I do think there's a point where you're like, that's a lot of vaccines you're pumping into that kid right now, right? And I've read the studies and it's looking pretty all right, but yeah, the more you do something too quickly, let's just pull back. I don't know why we can't have a 3-year plan. I don't know why they made it 2 years. The chance of the kid running into polio in 3 years is so low. But now I look at it and go, yeah, now we got to expedite this shit, because if we don't do it in 2 years, they could be dead because people are vaccinated. But before, we could be like, yo, this is a little fast. Let's slow it down and make sure there's not going to be any adverse reactions to this stuff, just in case. If there's a bad batch of vaccines, that's also an easy way to catch it. Because you're going to go, kids are getting measles. I don't think this vaccine worked. And then we can do something about it because it spread over a period of time where we can see it worked until here, stopped, and then it started working here again, right? And then we know the batch because we've had enough time to see where it's happened. But when you expedite at the rate, it gets jumbled because different batches come in during that period that you're going, I don't know why some are working and some aren't. And it is the most frustrating experience when that stuff's happening. Like, time matters with disease. Like, that's it. Like, to stop the spread of measles, you simply can't have people be around someone with measles for 30 days. Measles sucks. Measles sticks around. Measles destroys your entire immune system. Measles affects you for the rest of your life. I probably have early onset arthritis because of measles. That's how detrimental it is. And kids are just getting it. And parents are going there like, it's like the chicken pox. You don't want your kid to get chicken pox either. Come on, you stupid fucks. You boomer thinking nonsensical. You're absolutely terrible. You shouldn't even been allowed to have kids. That's crazy. Most people can survive a knife wound, but you don't see us stabbing other people just to be like, yeah, they'll survive it. Like, that's crazy. God, I'm so mad at the world. I'm mad at stupidity. It's gotten to the point where it's not even stupid. It's just insane. Like, they're expecting people to live in this world, and I'm just going, I don't know how. They'll get lucky, I guess, like everyone else. And what's crazy is most of those people are saying, I'm not going to vaccinate my kids. Guess what they are? Vaccinated. It's like a weird kind of wealth. It's like having wealth in health. And they just thrown it away because they just smoke and drank themselves to death, but you know. Let's not bring that up, I guess. That's all I'm saying. I want to go back in time with the cell phone is what I'm saying. That's because those people got it. They were like, you know what? I'm tired of people dying from polio. You know, like, and if I said, yo, magical answer box here, this is how you cure polio. God, what a great man who made that vaccine. They were like, let's sell it. And he's like, or we could just eradicate polio. Let's sell the cure to something that's killing the people. We can make money off them some other way. It is expensive to be poor. We're done here. We're done with weeklies. I'm glad I can have my weekly therapy session with all of you. Anyways, let's catch up on things. So start a podcast, assuming, of course, that you haven't already done so. I've actually been on 3 podcasts that have been published. One of them is gone. The Super Secret podcast was probably one of the most fun things I did in a while. We did it over a year. I think it was a year. And we talked all sort of stuff at the time. We talked politics, we talked gaming, we talked sports. And me and sports, I knew nothing. But like, I was like the centrist of the group type of thing. But historically, politically looking back, we were still pretty left leaning, because that's sort of historically how politics are. A moderate Democrat today would have been a Republican 20 years ago. So something like that. Maybe 30 years ago. So when we look at certain things, like with that podcast specifically, it was a lot of fun to talk about stuff and sort of air out, but it was more like professional and stuff like that, and that wasn't fun. But I learned a lot of stuff about audio and things with that. And then after we did that, when the year came back around, it was just a test cycle. And then we would tell people, oh yeah, we're doing a super secret podcast. So if you can find it, you find it. If not, we would just try to see the metrics and things like that. And there was a little bit of traction for a little bit there, but then as the year came around, things started getting deleted. So it no longer exists. I think the recording still exists somewhere probably, but the public stuff has been gone for a while. So that one was a lot of fun because on that podcast, I was just Zorric. I was not AngryZorric. And yeah, and it was a super secret podcast. It had its own name and stuff like that too. And to this day, I'm not gonna tell. That's the deal we made. We're not going to tell people what it was called. We're not going to tell people the name of the episodes, anything like that. And we did an episode. We didn't get all 52 episodes out. We ended up getting like something like 43, 44, something like that. Maybe that's too many. I know we did 40 for sure. So, because there was issues, somebody got sick. But anyways, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I would do a podcast, but it's so saturated in this day and age, it probably wouldn't get any traction anyways. That's how I feel. And I feel like politics I feel like we're drowning in politics. And a lot of this stuff people feel are politics, but really it's survival at this point. Like, going to the store and being able to afford cans of beans is probably a weird metric, But when food at the store that is canned, packaged, frozen, processed is getting too expensive compared to a fast food restaurant, that is telling of the times. Because those fast food restaurants can take the hit, but the logistics and the cost of running a grocery store have gotten so wild that the affordability of just going to the store to find something cheap, you need sales. You need to find the coupons. You need to find a way to get the stuff cheap more today than even back in the day when my parents were like, this is how we have to live, because they were throwing their money away to cigarettes and alcohol, like, which was like one of the most expensive things you could throw your money away to besides street drugs. And still today, some people try to make that shit work. But that's not politics. That's economics. And that's understanding how that stuff works. And politics have seeped their way into those economics to the point where people believe they go hand in hand. But certain leaders do not need to be involved with how you are able to afford your food. You do not need a president of any country to tell you how much something should cost. It should be your local government providing pressure on certain systems, and then your state providing pressure to certain systems, and then finally your representatives in the federal government that provide pressure to economically stabilize your livelihood. And people aren't doing that job anymore. At the local level, state level, federal level, all that kind of stuff. So it's become politics because people are just simply trying to survive, which is sad. What? I killed Risen? Huh. Let's go kill Risen! But anyways, but yeah, I think it's oversaturated. I wish I could sit there and just talk about video games too, but it's become so political. Like, everything's politics now, and it's so boring to listen to at a certain point because you know who's responsible and you know what has to be done, but nobody who has the energy to do it. We're seeing a resurgence of very radical people from both sides the last 10 years. And in that radical thinking, it's because of desperation. They feel like they're losing, and they feel like they're missing out, and they feel like their lives are out of control. When, let's go to Resi, buddy. When, like, it's not true. It's like your life is not out of control unless it's out of control. It's not because that man's making a decision. It's because you aren't reacting well to it because nobody taught you how to react to a stupid leader. Like, and then that's not politics, that's psychology. And it's a good conversation to have of why the rise of psychology is so important and how corrupted it's become today. That would also be a great conversation to have because psychology today is used not just for the people but against them. Hell, I use psychology against people all the time. If I need someone to do something and they're not listening to me, I will manipulate them into doing the right thing. I will. Because I know how to do it. But since they never learn these things, they don't see the signs, right? Like, it's not always intentional either. It's just to the point where my brain just gets frustrated with them. So I'll say or do something that makes them either not happy with me or whatever. It's what life is. But the problem is, most people aren't walking around as geniuses, so they don't understand that this thing causes this thing, which will cause a chain reaction of other things, right? But you also don't want the person to ever have negative feelings towards you because they find out that you did something, right? So it's one of those games of, hey, it's always reminds me back in the day when, like, adults would tell you, well, the reason why I was mean to you is because you need to understand this. That's not exactly true. You were just mean because that's the only way you knew how to do things. But you could easily get, like, the moment I understood people making a good contrivance out of a situation for kids to learn is the people that I learned the most from. Like, my 9th grade science teacher knew what I was. And she never, ever, ever answered my questions because she's like, you know the answer. The problem is I kept doubting myself. My confidence was not there to say, I know this, right? But it was always the overthinking and that kind of stuff. So she would never answer your question. She would ask a different question, which at the time you'd go, what the hell does that even mean? But when you go, time you sit down, you go, oh, it's related to this, which, boom, leads you to, yeah, this is the right answer. But eventually she grew tired of me not exerting my intelligence. So she started pushing me further as far as giving me heavier chemistry stuff to understand and things like that. So the world is missing out on the psychological education that they need to understand each other, body language, how to approach a situation, and how to back out of it. I think that's why we see police act the way they do, because they've been taught to be hard ass and I'm a soldier and that kind of thing, and that's not what police are. Police are meant to be guardians of the law and the people around it. So they've lost their way over time. Like back in the day in the Wild West, the sheriff wasn't just shooting people usually. That's not always true, but there's always outliers, bad actors. But the sheriff wasn't always just shooting people because he thought they were breaking the law. He shot people because they're dangerous and they were killing people, right? And they were a guardian of the town. They were seen as a leader of the town. People could rely on them, ask them questions, ask for help, and the sheriff was the one who went and found that help. And if they couldn't find help locally, they would even ride out to go find help and bring it back. Like, that was their job. That badge was a shield, and they, till this day, police call it a shield, right? That little thing there, but they don't act like a shield anymore. They act like a sword or a hammer, and they just want people to be law-abiding citizens, yet they can't because there's so many other corrupted things behind it because of politics. And we get back to politics. Education has been absolutely destroyed to the point where there's schools now charging kids to use lockers. It's been destroyed to the point where schools can no longer trust what's online or being printed digitally, so they're buying books again. Of aged books that are even 10 years old or more, because those things aren't tainted by AI and that kind of thing. Education has been destroyed because people no longer trust the actual smart people, because they feel like they're being treated like children because they haven't been educated enough not to feel like a child. They get really frustrated when it's time to, do what adults do, because they don't know how. People didn't teach them those things. So they feel like me in 9th grade, they're just not confident about it. So, if they did teach you how banks work, how even scams work and things like that, how people get scammed and how you protect yourself in it while you're growing up in school, it would make a huge difference of when you get out of school, a much smarter, more powerful generation of kids, because they wouldn't fall for the tricks. They wouldn't fall for conspiracy, and they would use critical thinking to be like, that doesn't make sense. And they would understand that you can't see everything that's dangerous. You can't see the gas that's going to kill you because you breathe it in. You can't see the virus that is spreading. You can't see the number that you need to stay healthy physically. You just can't see those things. That's like one of my biggest weaknesses to this day is I can't tell you the number. I can tell you it can happen. I can tell you why it's going to happen. And I can tell you where it's going to happen a lot of the time. But I can't tell you the number. I can't tell you how many people are going to survive, die, how many cities will be affected, how much of the world, what the percentage is going to be like. I can't tell you that. Sometimes my brain's able to get pretty close as time gets closer to that point. But like it just happened recently, I think, in Final Fantasy VII. So when I'm fighting bosses, I don't intentionally add the damage of when the boss is going to die. My brain just goes, the next turn or two. So sometimes I'll be like, this is it, it doesn't happen, and then other times I say this is it, and then it does happen. My brain just realizes just the abouts because of past experience with the game, or even just the amount of time that's gone by and the numbers that have popped up on screen. I don't have to do the math in my head for that stuff. My brain just knows it suddenly. And I've always been that way. Like the answer, like I had short-term perfect recall. So like if something happened in the last 10 minutes, I could tell you, I could actually replay it in my head to see like what I missed, what I did, what I didn't do, what I should have done. Like, and that has caused a lot of anxiety that I didn't feel for a lot of my life, because I would replay moments in my head over and over and over. By replaying it over and over, it just sort of resets the perfect recall. So like that's a spiral is what's happening. It drags you down. So that's why confidence wasn't my strong suit until I started doing very bad things. Because when you do very bad things, you can't have morality, ethics, and it gives you a false sense of confidence that you can get away with anything. But then you start to grow up even more, and then you start to realize, I don't like being a bad person. But at the same time, when the world's been so unfair to you to a certain point, like, if I got better education psychologically by that point, maybe the outcome would have been different. Or it happened sooner, or whatever. But, you know, the way it played out, I guess it could have been worse. I'm still alive. And I think that's how a lot of people feel in this day and age, is what I just said. I'm still alive. And that's sad. You should have dreams and aspirations, and you shouldn't have people stomping on them because they haven't reached theirs, or they just... I hate when people tell you that you can't ever reach your dreams. I think some people have their heads in the clouds, and yeah, they need to be brought down. But I don't think anybody who says, I want to be a race car driver at 43 should be told they can't. I think that's bullshit. I don't think people understand the power of the human mind. And those people who say that, I find that they lack intelligence, not just emotionally, but intellectually. Like, you're too stupid to fucking understand they probably could do it. That's why I don't doubt people who want to become the next best quarterback or whatever either. So, life is simple, death and taxes. Hold on, I still haven't caught up in chat. Sold materials instead of gambling for Z-boxes. You made bank, nice. Adoption, Reaganomics, man. The Reagan era. If only I could snap that out of existence. Yeah. I don't think boomers are as well off as people think. I think it's easy to blame the previous generation for a lot of things, but I will say I've learned that they struggle less for a lot of part, but a lot of boomers, dare I say a majority of boomers, live like the rest of us. In poverty. So, yeah, it's really easy to say they're better off, but a lot of them didn't get the same breaks as some of our parents and stuff did. I think of the reason why a lot of childhoods for millennials are the way they are is because of the lack of money, or just the struggle that we ended up just inheriting that struggle. It's just that our parents are ahead of us. So they've had, you know, at this point, for a lot of people, they've had 20, 30, 40 years to get it right or to fix their problems or whatever. And it really does make it look like they're wealthier than we are. But in truth, if we had the same 20, 30, 40 years and could just have it now, would we be in the same position or better? And I feel like that's a really hard thing for people to imagine, is that our parents are better off than we are right now because they went through the same struggle we're just going through. But I think a lot of millennials and even the generations behind, they're going to be in a very delayed situation because people have to die. So we're not making room for people for things. So like creating jobs and creating markets and stuff, those markets and stuff are collapsing, but nothing new is popping up. So the fight for jobs, kids can't get jobs. So a lot of teenagers in cities and stuff, there's no job for them. They're not going to get hired over an adult that can be there every day from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m., right? Like, no kid can do that job because they got to go to school, right? So, like, a lot of fast food places and stuff, they only hire teenagers, like, in state laws and things have even made it harder. And then, like, in the South, they're like, child labor, let's go. But that's just it. We also haven't shifted society either to be like, no, kids shouldn't work because we need those jobs for adults, right? Like, there's been a lot of things that need to change for that stuff. But we also have to remember some people luck out, some people don't. And we can't rely on that one person who lucks out to be the example for an entire generation. Like, kings and queens and their children will always be rich until they're not. Just remember that. It seems so duh, but we forget at any point, should the public, the world, or whatever decide they shouldn't have that wealth, it's gone. That's the end of it. Because that's what people did for the longest time, for hundreds, thousands of years, is take other people's shit. But the thing is, at this point, when an entire population is struggling in this day and age, they have so much wealth to fix it that it doesn't make sense that they're not fixing it at this point. So when we get into like previous generations, like, why is there not a healthcare system when you all struggled with healthcare? Why is my generation the movement for healthcare when it should have been obvious a long time ago? Like, people are going to keep getting sick. And also, asbestos was not a good idea. And, oh, the coal mines without ventilators and masks, that was a bad idea too. Oh, and yeah, Agent Orange during Vietnam, terrible idea. Maybe we should make a healthcare system to sort of support this stuff as it pops up so we don't have to deal with the upfront costs. Jesus Christ. And then Reaganomics happened. And they were like, no, they'll be able to take care of themselves, just like I did. Like, if I hear somebody ever use the phrase, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, I will fucking kill you. No, I won't. But at the same time, like, think about what you're saying and how it's never made fucking sense. And it's a sarcastic thing they said to people. I don't remember when it came about, but you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps is the whole point of the saying. Like, stop saying that to people. The only reason I bring it up is because someone said it lately, and I just said, hey, motherfucker, think about what you're saying. That's an impossibility. Also, we can't afford bootstraps in the first place. Okay? See our problem? Can't pull myself up by something that can't happen in the first place, but second of all, I don't have the thing to pull up on. God, I just want to smack you with the boot. That I can do. Somebody said, we'll just smack somebody with the boot. A boot, strapless boot. God, never mind. It's a fucking tassel skirt. The world's losing it, man. They're losing the plot. But, like, I really do think boomers, especially, anybody over the age of 70 is lead poisoned into detriment. I think a lot of studies right now of dementia and Alzheimer's and even cancers and stuff, it's because all the lead. The more I read about it, when it happened, then the age groups that get affected, like, I wonder how much microplastics are going to play into the diseases that we have here, like for me, in 20 years. Like, I do care that kids born today might be at a bigger disadvantage than my generation simply because we didn't get as many microplastics, or we did. So the advantage, but a perfect storm is exactly what it is. If we got microplastics at a right amount of dose, has our body already developed a way to handle that, and then kids today are getting such a heavy dose that their bodies will never have a chance. That would be the question. But I really don't think plastics are going to be the problem, as still the things that kill people today the most, like lead poisoning, when we're talking about that specific stuff, the overtime sort of contamination of our society. Lead is still a problem. And now we still have asbestos, and like Teflon is the new one, the forever chemicals that we used and people sold. They pretty much sold carcinogens to us and we didn't even know it. But we can't even say they knew it until they did, but then they just kept selling it anyways because they were so rich they couldn't see the writing on the wall of, hey, I should stop this. Hold on, this is going to be really costly. But they just kept going. Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens to the world with that kind of stuff as well. Previous generations dying, I really hope enough of them submit their body to science so we can cut their brains open and see how Swiss cheesed it is and how much it wasn't and why. Then there are people who just don't seem to get affected by that stuff and live forever and smoking, you know, I smoked every day and I ate my bacon and butter and lard and blah, blah, blah. And it's just good genetics. I mean, it's really hard to explain to people that good genetics will win out pretty much in the end every time. All right, it's just no, I'm not doing map completion. I'm doing weeklies. I'm sorry. Anyways, I got off subject again. Like the billionaire complaining about too much empathy in the world and getting mad they didn't get any empathy for people. God, empathy is not bad. Empathy and sympathy is not bad. Like, but there is a point where you should not have empathy or sympathy for certain things, in my opinion. And it's really hard to show you the line because it's going to be subjective for a lot of people. Like, if you empathize with people who enjoy being bigots, it's really got to be hard to explain why you should not empathize with those people. You know, like, you shouldn't hate people for what they are, and you shouldn't. My biggest thing in the world today is that most people who are bigots are scared. They're scared little children inside, and they're just ignorant to how it is. And they're going to tell you the opposite, but that's just what children do. They puff out their chest and they go, I'm not scared. I do fear that there are bad actors out there that are in religion or science or politics, and they're doing bad things to us. I do not think it's because of one specific thing. We have to look at their life and go, this is where they chose this moment to use this and utilize this as their weapon, right? So, like, a big thing I've noticed pop up recently is Islamophobia, and I'm just going, it's been around for thousands of years. Okay, it's like the most overplayed card I've ever seen in religion, when the most dangerous religion isn't even that one. And then people are like, yeah, those damn Satanists. I got bad news for you. Not really a dangerous religion either. No. I got bad news. Who are the people usually fighting that religion? The most dangerous religion. That's right. It's Christianity. It has been the most dangerous religion of all time. Now, you may go in the Middle East, blah, 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 but it's not just Islam there. There's a bunch of things fighting. You got Hinduism, you got the other stuff. The war over what is there in the Middle East is because it's a smorgasbord of people believing that their religion is right, their parents telling their kids why, those kids believing it, and just people not sitting by and going, whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we killing each other, though? Like, nobody sits back and asks that damn question. They just go, that's the team, right? That's what they're doing. They're going, that team's bad. But if you look at those leaders and you go, well, why are they acting this way? It's usually because they're old, stupid, ignorant, and they don't actually believe what they believe. At the end of the day, they would not do what they are doing if they believed the thing they said they believe in. Does that make sense? Like, thou shalt not kill their neighbor plays really fucking hard for a lot of people in Europe and here in the United States and other things. You are not religious. You are an asshole. You are a murderer. You're a liar. Okay? Because if thou does not kill their neighbor, then you would not be pulling guns on people. Jesus Christ. Oh, but what about the people who will pull guns? Who are you talking about? The poor? What choice have you given them? This is my thing. Like, if you really followed the religions that I see in the world, nobody would be dying right now. And if they are dying, then we could be like, that's the problem. But the problem is, there's not a single religion in the world that has not had some kind of corruption, fucking lying leader at any point. Not a single one. To the point where people have kicked out certain leaders because they are so corrupt. Where they said, well, we had that guy, but he's old. That's what they do now. That's not good enough. That's not. If you got a bunch of people in your congregation doing bad things to kids, you don't just simply transfer them. You would light them on fire. Yeah, I mean, like, you just. You are part of it. Like, when you aren't going up. There is no up for a lot of these people that we see as leadership because they just like, they come out with gold chains and fucking, the rooms are made out of gold. That should be a sign of, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. The religion says, like, and that's the point. When I find truly religious people who follow it, they're the most humble motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. They may be better off. They may have like their moments of like, I don't believe in that or whatever, but that's respectable. But when I see someone get out on television telling you like, this is how it's going to save your life. No, it's not. That's called hysteria. I'm sorry, but it's dangerous at the same time because they're making money off of you and they shouldn't be. They can take your money and survive off of it, but they shouldn't be making money off of you. So in other cases, like, they shouldn't be taking your money and then putting it in stocks. That doesn't make sense. They shouldn't be taking your money and buying a Ferrari. They shouldn't be taking your money and buying gold. They shouldn't be taking your money and doing those things. It was truly what the religion said. And I've read a lot of religions, and I can tell you not a single one of them, like, none of this makes sense. And then, like, you see a leader pop up and like, it's not even his religion he's even talking about. He's getting out there and be like, yo, people are sick and dying and starving and I want to feed them and cure them and other things. And then someone goes, that guy, he follows Islam. Who cares? He's saying the things that need to be said of, hey, people are struggling. Why? And then you go, we should fear this man. And then that's how I know someone's not a good leader. Because if you're a good leader, you do not fear men. You fear fucking like what you don't understand, and I guess you don't understand that religion, so you fear it, and there's the ignorance. That immediately, when someone goes, Muslims are bad, I have to go, what are you talking about? Christians are bad. What are you talking about? 99% of them, I guarantee, do not give a shit about anybody else but themselves, okay? But the thing is, even if it was less than that, say 90%, who cares? I do not care what they believe in as much as they don't care what I believe in. As long as they are nice to me and I am nice to them, there should be no problem, correct? There is no reason for me to fear someone who believes in something of a higher power. There is no reason. The only reason you would fear it is because you have nothing else to attack them on. And you don't understand it. Because you wouldn't say, and they get it wrong all the time too, between like the different religions, and it's just like, tell me you're a fucking idiot and a bigot all at the same time. Just say you're Islam. Just say you have a phobia of religions that aren't the one where someone said, yo, praise Jesus. Just tell me that. Because at this point, let me tell you, even praise Jesus, do you realize how many religions have Jesus? Even Satanism discusses Jesus. I wish I could just shake people and be like, your fear doesn't make sense. Also, it's a fear. You're scared of it. Same time when you come out and you attack trans people like they're the boogeyman coming out of the closet. That's my point. You're a transphobe. You do not understand them to the point of fear. You know what scares me? Weather. Terrible weather events. If suddenly the temperature should drop 80 degrees everywhere, fuck me. That's scary shit. That's an act of a higher power to me. Right? Science would prove why it happened. But until then, that's scary shit. But you know who doesn't scare me? A neighbor that's a little darker than I am. I mean, what's the point of fearing that? I might need their help one day. Like, yo, dude, can you help me move this lawnmower? Like, being scared, be like, I'm not going to talk to that guy because he's a certain way. Like, what the fuck? Get out of here. Be a neighbor. Be a fucking human being. But like that's an entire political ideology. I'm just going out. Well, what? Hello, Hitler? Like I'm lost at this point in day and age of like the hatred that exists because it's not even like easy to troll because there's just it's so stupid. You're afraid you're picking on a certain kind of person and you're going to become part of the problem. It's like, oh my God, this guy's been drinking the lead water for how long? Man, maybe vaccines do cause autism. Like, you're just at that point where you just start looking at the conspiracies of maybe it's right. Like, fuck. You got politicians that be like, I've been abducted by aliens. Yeah, I can see that. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Can we just be human? Like, can't we just be respectful? What happened to the golden rule that you all shoved down our fucking throats? Like, how hard is it to respect someone that's different from you? It's not that hard at all. If there's a dude walking around with a certain backpack on and they keep believing at places and they get a new backpack, yeah, maybe you should call the cops. But you shouldn't just call the cops on somebody because they're wearing a certain something on their fucking head, and then you go on the television to be like, I see them wearing these things on their head. Motherfucker, do you realize how hot and heavy those things are? They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because it's giving them a sense of discipline, which you don't have because you want to go on television and say that shit. If you were ever disciplined in your life like I was, where you got the belt when you said something stupid. God! Instead, mommy and daddy said, oh yeah, I don't trust these people because back in my day, fuck. One time we saw one and he asked for food. Like, Jesus Christ, that's where we're at. You don't even know why you're fearing these people anymore. And I say these people because it's true. That's what you would call them. Those people aren't my people. Yes, they are. They're your constituents, you stupid political fuck. Like, you're so bad at the job before you even got there. God, winning votes is so easy, yet they're just like going to the extremes to get them because at this point people are they just don't want to vote. They're just like, God, man, it's so much work and I have to decide who's like less evil than somebody else. When we cannot find someone who is not evil at all because somebody simply says, I don't like Thanksgiving. And then people are like, well, we gotta pick this apart. You don't like Thanksgiving? Why are you saying that in the first place though? You don't like Thanksgiving, you just don't like the idea of where it came from, and that's a lie in the first place because the harvest festivals existed before the Native Americans got fucking destroyed here in the U.S. Having a harvest festival late October and November was normal. We don't have to treat Thanksgiving as a fucking holiday to remind ourselves just how terrible white people were back in the day. I don't know where people got this ideology, but it's stupid. Holidays become the things we create them. They're times to have fun, treat people with respect, and then share good fucking food. But what happened to our when politics got in? Yeah, Columbus was a fucking asshole. Let's nuke that motherfucker into the perfect history. But now people are like, no, he was the founding father of the country. No, he wasn't, because we didn't name it the United States of Columbus, you fucks. There was a reason why we thought Columbus found Cuba and then the United States branched off from it, but there were other people who had already found the fucking country and history sort of forgot. And then people went and looked, said, hey, Europe, do you remember who sailed over here and when? And then they found out somebody named Amerigo came over at some point. And where do we get the name America? I wonder. But then We don't know anything about that guy because he didn't have enough money and didn't bring enough riches back. But historians wrote it down and kept it somewhere, so when we went back and looked again, Columbus is just a fucking liar, rich man at the end of the day. Who would have thought? And who would have thought other rich white fucking men would follow his path and try to protect his name? Nobody gives a shit. Also, when you lose a fucking war and it's over and your side was wrong to begin with because it was just over money and the war should have never happened because that's just what the United States does. You don't wave the fucking flag for another 100 fucking plus years to 150 fucking plus years like you're some kind of hero trying to maintain history. No, you're not. You just look like a jackass who doesn't want to fucking lose still, but you're a loser. You're waving a loser's flag. Stop waving around that Confederacy. The Confederacy is dead. It's never coming back. There's no way to take out all those states from this union anymore. It's just an impossibility. The Civil War is over and dead, and you shouldn't be still fighting it. Okay? That is lost to history. You have no idea what you're talking about, and no, people should not be put in chains because slavery has changed. And that's all that happened. It's just changed over the years, you stupid fucks. You don't understand how slavery works anymore. I don't put people in chains and tell them to go work in my fields. I just pay them as little as possible and make sure they can never pay for health care so they always feel constrained by the systems that I put in place. We constrain them by systems, not chains anymore. That's it! And then also I want them all labeled and confined into their fucking spaces because if they don't, then I have no control over them because segregation is key. God! Which was the whole point of the Civil War too, was the fact that, geez, man, we have a lot of manpower here being stolen by the South, and they just keep getting richer. Their economic system seems to be all right because they simply just don't feed their people that are working for them. And that's bullshit. And then we went through an entire civil fucking just absolute greatness of understanding that maybe women and other men that aren't of a certain snow color could be able to work too. And then we were like, yeah, that seems like a good idea. And the majority finally said, all right, let's say it. And then things were working out. But then like, it took another 30, 40 years for women to even get a credit card. I mean, Jesus Christ, tell me the rich white men are afraid of their fucking women one more time. Just tell me. Because if they ain't fucking just enslaved to the fucking system, I don't know who is at this point. Because I just do not understand how you could treat people lesser simply because they just don't look like you in the fucking mirror. That's where my whole point is. You're scared of them because they tell you that you're wrong and they're right. God. Coming out. That guy's a Muslim. Okay, what's your point? Well, he's dangerous. Anyone's dangerous! If I give them a knife and say, go, stab people, they're dangerous, right? But that's not what's happening here. He simply what? Prays at different times of the day than you do? I don't think you pray at all, because if you did, God would come down and slap you and be like, stop telling people that Muslims are bad. That doesn't make sense. Because if you read your book, it even tells you that right there. You don't even know your own fucking religion. And then when people are like, oh yeah, what's your religion? And they tell you and you know, and you're just going, well, if you read the goddamn thing, are you telling me that the man who has made this thing exist was lying to you and you're just gonna nitpick and cherry pick everything that this man tells you? Because if you just listen to him, he was pretty much like, hey, stop being bad people. And then instead you just double down. And then you get on television and you double down again, and people voted for you because they're too fucking ignorant to understand that they're just, it's like the free, like there's get out of jail free card and then there's a fucking free ride to hell. And I just feel like I've been on that ride for the longest time that I'm just going, hey, don't do that. Hey, you don't want to do that. Nope, don't get on this ride. It's going down. Well, I can't wait for the drop, but Jesus, man, like, I don't want you guys on the train. When we get down there, you're going to be surrounding me, and that's going to be my hell in a hell. Like, I don't want you coming with. I want to get down to hell and be like, oh, hey, guys. Fuck, who are we waiting for now? Like... Instead, we're gonna get a guy down there and be like, yeah, see, Muslims caused this. And I'm just gonna be like, Jesus, no! No, don't you still don't understand. You're on fire and you're still saying that? Oh, God, man, should have played WoW instead of Guild Wars 2. Fuck you! Fuck you and your fucking subscription cost, you stupid piece of shit! I don't want to play WoW. If you did, I don't care. Go play WoW. Nobody's stopping you from giving those billionaires more money. I don't care. God. And then they're going to ask me questions like, oh, what'd you do? You know what my least favorite question in life is now? You know what my least favorite question in life is? What do you do for a living? Like, fuck you. Nothing. Like, hey, how are you? Why can't we start with that? How you been? What do you think about the weather? Why can't we start with neutral topics? Like, it's really hard to disagree about the weather. You know? I mean, we could be like, ah, it's a little hot, and be like, I enjoy the hotter weather. I'm learning things about you suddenly. You know, that's cool. Awesome. Tornadoes suck, am I right? Yeah, high five, right? Like, but somehow it'll be politics in that too. Man, I can't believe the government's still doing chemtrails. Fuck! It's called water vapor. What happens is they're so high in the atmosphere that when they burn the fuel, the stuff that's exhaust out, that's what you're seeing. And the reason why it doesn't dissipate that quickly is because it's so high in the sky. It doesn't move very quickly. It's slowly falling to Earth. I don't know what to tell you. It just sits there and slowly just expands out to fill the atmosphere until it disappears. And do you realize how many chemicals it would take to cover an area to cause a haze, fog, or whatever? I don't think you realize how much water moisture. If I was to take all the water that's in the atmosphere right now and shove it inside of you, you would become a black hole. There is so much mass in the sky that I don't think you understand. They would not only have to overcome the moisture in the air, they would have to overcome the radiation, not destroying the chemical that they're spreading, and the fact that it would dissipate to the point that even if it came down to the bottom of the earth, that we would be fine. This is the same conversation of people have been like, they're dumping radiation water into the ocean. Correct, because hydrogen does a great job at dissipating the fucking radiation, you stupid fuck. And even if they dumped in 10 times the amount, it would be safe within a fucking couple weeks to swim in the water that they just dumped in. I'm sorry to tell you, that's just how it works, because the world's much bigger than your fucking head, and that's a surprise to most people, I'm sure. But man, if I brought that up to somebody today, it'd be like, nuclear power is dangerous. It's one of the safest ways to gain energy in the world now, because there's so many smart people that do the job, and then they hire people to shoot people who want to do bad things to it because they think nuclear power is somehow dangerous. Because you keep spouting it out of your mouth that's like it's just vomit talking at this point. Go do any kind of research. Go talk to a nuclear scientist, please. Please. I need nuclear power in my life because I don't want to pay $140 for my electric bill, because I want to go online and tell people I don't want to pay $140 for my electric bill. Did I tell you guys that I'm getting my internet for $50 a month now? God, locked in for 3 years. That's the art of the deal right there. Calling them back multiple times saying, I'm having issues with these accounts. I was, though. They sent me a bill for $0, and I'm like, what is this? They sent me a bill. I can't show you because it has my information on there, like, and it just says 0. And I'm just going, I've never been sent a bill from a money-hungry country. What am I saying? A country? Money-hungry company that it just never happened, you know? Like, so I called them and I was like, okay, how many accounts do I have now? Because at one point I had 3 accounts open, right? Then they took one account, made it the main account, transferred the stuff over to that account. We're set. They told me on the phone, and then I told them, I was like, hey, last time they said I was supposed to get cheaper, like they were helping me get a cheaper deal because of all this, and I don't see that there. And then the guy came back. He's like, look, I can't find that deal, whatever it was, but I found you a better one. And I'm like, this is great. And the entire time, was I yelling at him? Like, what is this bullshit? No, I was just calling. I was like, hey, man, I got these problems. Can you help me? You know, like, and I was joking with him. He even asked me, like, oh, what's your phone service like? I'm like, it's free, man. It wasn't. But we had a good laugh about that. You know? Almost like if you treat people like human beings, they help you out. It's just weird. You know what I didn't do? I didn't ask him, you know, yo, what kind of shade are you? You know, what do you believe? Do you like chemtrails? Like none of that popped up. He was doing his job. I was being a customer. Why can't people just be the things they're supposed to be? That's my question. Oh my God, I still have 7? It's taking forever. Anyways, I still haven't caught up on chat. Zorric is too smart for people to understand. I don't know anyone who's that bad. What? Well, the people in charge will never be interested in empathy being spread because they're at the top and they won't be getting... Most people who don't understand empathy or poverty is because they haven't been in either one in a situation where they have to use them, more than likely. Or use them enough. Like, they'll have empathy enough to sort of be like sociopathic, but like that's not intentional. That's just a side effect of being human. But like those who say poor people have all these avenues to stop being poor don't understand that being poor costs them more money. Because if they could afford the higher quality stuff, then they wouldn't have to buy it as much, right? So like if they could afford a house, they wouldn't have to pay $2,000 in rent and stuff like that. Like that's my point about poor people having to pay more and stuff like that, especially with like food costs going up. Like it is not exactly cheaper to go to the grocery store, especially specific grocery stores. And it's more dangerous now than ever for your wallet. And I say dangerous because really it is. Because people used to go to mom and pop shops because it wasn't that much more expensive. But for them, it is. Because the chains, the tariffs, all that kind of stuff, like, have gotten really bad over the years. So the only way they can compete is by having people with a higher income. So therefore, mom and pop shops aren't where poor people are going to go. They're going to go to these rich companies and continue to provide them money. Even those rich companies aren't going to bail them out at the end of the day. They're just there to get as many pennies as possible. But my point is, like, until you live in poverty, you do not understand that. And a lot of people have not lived in a poverty that deep, but a majority of people have. So they do understand what it's like to have to live off of ramen or cans of beans or hot dogs, stuff that isn't exactly healthy for you and stuff like that either. So the processed foods and things like that, the ultra processed foods that everybody, oh, it's so dangerous. Well, it's the only thing I can afford to eat. So if I don't eat, I die. If I eat ultra processed food, I die later. Right? But it's expensive. So, because eventually I'm going to have heart problems or liver problems or kidney problems, whatever is going to happen from eating all those bad fats for so long and that kind of thing. So, again, not exactly cheaper. I need that guy to die. Is he dying? Let him die. Let him die. Let him die. Thank you. But anyways, yeah, they'll never understand. Yeah, they'll never understand until they live it. That's why I think everyone, no matter what their background and stuff, has to work in the service industry. I don't care if you're a billionaire's son. You're gonna go work at a fucking McDonald's. And no, you will not be treated differently. And if you don't like McDonald's, you get to work at, I don't know, Walmart Returns. Right? Like, you just get assigned a position and you have to work it for 2 years. And then maybe you'll fucking understand. Because at this point, that's going to teach you all sorts of things about people. Those who just want a solution, those who are lying, and those who, that are going to feel above you. And then somebody asked me like, well, what if somebody doesn't do it, right? And I was like, oh, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. If you don't want to work in the service industry for 2 years, that's great. But whatever income you make off of your first career job, no matter what that is, the government gets it. So you'll pay no matter what. And they'd be like, well, how are you supposed to survive off of that? Gotcha. That's the point. I'm going to take your money and make life really hard for you because obviously you don't want to do the job that sucks. So you can go become a lawyer, that's fine, but I'm going to take your freaking $200 an hour. That's fine. Maybe just a percentage. I'm thinking 35. That's a good percentage of money you don't need. Nah, that's not enough, is it? I think you should be stuck to the salary of one of those workers for the first 2 years, and you have to pay the rest to the government. Yeah. So that would make you fight for minimum wage to go up. Or at least good benefits. You know, because you're part of the mass, and you go, man, I'm only making $35,000 a year, but I'm putting a lot of work in as a lawyer. Yeah, maybe the medium income should go up a little bit more for that sales job. You're right. Because it sucks. Somebody's gonna be like, isn't that communism? No, that's capitalism. That's still capitalism. Man, the talk about communism lately is crazy. I don't think people know what communism is. I think they understand what socialism is, because when you talk socialism, they scream communism, and you're like, yeah, close. But, again, you're fearing something that don't exist. We're not as close. We're getting closer, which is scary. That should be scary because, you know. All right, and then we'll take that, and then I'll have to spend it. What are we, just a couple weeks away? September 15th is the next one. Let me see here. 26 days away? Never mind. Let's spend some wizard bucks. Ooh. Yeah. 690. Nice. Oi. All right. This is one of the best farms in the game, by the way. Still to this day. Oh no, we got an elite. Yeah. They just drop a lot of tier 6 mats and stuff, tier 5, tier 6 mats and that kind of thing. All right. Still haven't caught up on chat. Hold on, I'm almost there. Just been gabbing. Haven't streamed in a few days. Where are we at? Yeah, but if they just did that, maybe they would. Maybe that's some trickle down economics they can give us. I still think it was funny that the U.S. spent so much money on a pen for space, and others just took a pencil. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the kid is already going to be bad because of their parents and thinking about vaccine. I don't know. There's been a big movement of kids who grew up without vaccines now wanting to get vaccines because they go to school and their teachers are like, oh yeah, vaccines, there's none. Right? And then their parents get all mad, like, how dare the teachers teach my kids science? And then like, there's like, oh, did you guys see that story of, they charged kids to get to this agenda that you absolutely have to have. So they charged, the parents have to pay for it, but it's like $10 to get this thing. And they had like a section where it was just made with AI, and like the planet names and the periodic table were wrong, and the map of the country was the wrong names. You should look that up. And you know how the principal resolved it? By having all the kids rip out those pages. They tried to ignore it, but like, I have to ask. say, I don't know. It seems like it was like high school or junior high. There's hundreds of kids more than likely involved with this, which means that's a lot of money. I have to ask, how and why isn't the school district suing whoever made those? And then I ask, if the school district did make those, who's getting fired? Because, wow, the trust in that school to educate my child would be zero. If my kid is smart enough to look at a map, right, or the cycles of the moon and go, that's not right, then whoever made that is very responsible of being removed from education. And using AI to make that shit is wild. When there is literally, I looked it up, I think it was like $11.99 to pick up like school mass material pamphlet things. So like it has like the periodic table, and it had some other things in there. It was pretty cool, like Fahrenheit to Celsius meter and stuff like that. You could look it up right now. It's like really cheap, right? And say you need a license deal to mass produce that, it had to be much cheaper than what they paid in, right? So you could just copy paste, you know, like that's what I was thinking. Like that shit's right there. But I am lost at why you would use AI for any educational material at this point, when it has been proven that AI is so untrustworthy educationally. Like when Wikipedia is the most trusted source compared to AI in this day and age, that is worrisome, because people could change this information over here. But if AI is over here and you're trusting that more than the thing that literally has sources usually, that's like asking like your buddy that hasn't been in school for like 10 years. Hey, do you remember, yeah, man, do you remember what the cycles of the moon were? Yeah, there was like a crescent in there, and I think some like winning crescent or something like that. The problem is, like, a lot of the shit, it was just gibberish. Like it wasn't even words. It was too many consonants or too many vowels in the English language, which is saying something. like it was bad. Hold on. I gotta share this with you. This shit. God. Yeah. It's not Minnesota, it's just men. It's not even North Dakota, it's North Dakota. They got South Dakota right? Unless I really don't remember the spelling of Dakota. It's not Nebraska, it's Netnaska. They got Kansas right. It's not Missouri, it's Missouri, and I think that's closer to what it is. Iowa is correct. Gawago instead of Chicago. Vitoias. Vitoias instead of Illinois. Oikchoma instead of Oklahoma. Texas instead of Texas. Lukong instead of Louisiana. Jesus Christ. Mercury instead of Mercury. Oh man, instead of Mars, it's just Mark. Saturn. It got Uranus right. Oh my goodness, dude. They sent this out in a planner. Oh man. Oh, here's the rest of it. So my guess is that when the AI scanned it, the smaller names got jumbled into how it translated it. New Mexico is New Mazone. Arizona. It's just Arizona. Oh my god. Oh man. Utah's right. Idaho is correct. Montana. Oregon looks right. I don't know. Is that the Space Needle in California? Is that Chimney Rock in California? Holy shit. They didn't even look at the planner before they sent it out to the kids. Like anybody could have caught this. Oh man. Just look at the information you're sending out. Still has the Gulf of Mexico too. It's crazy. 2026? The real name to the Gulf of Mexico? Crazy. I'm getting some very interesting stuff now. Woo! Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If anything, AI does give me some laughs. It's dystopia, man. It's so not ready to be released to the public. It was so not ready to be even released in general, like the knowledge of it. All right, we're done with the weeklies because we're not going to do a fractal or convergence of fractal. There's no special this week that I need to do because we got them done for the festival. We're done with the festival. What time is it? Daily resets in 13 minutes. We'll stick around. We'll do dailies. We'll do some more of the festival. Why not? We've only been going for 2 hours, 27 minutes. I do need to go feed my dogs. It has been a couple hours, so let's... Oh, I should probably check to see what the... I shouldn't laugh, really. It's not funny. I mean, those kids' educations can be fucked up because of that shit. Anyways, let me check this really quick. Yeah, I don't have that. Okay. All right. I'm not going to subject you to this song forever, so I'm just going to pick a character in Arborstone. This is time to get up, stretch, use the restroom, grab something to eat, drink. If you are going to stick around and stuff, we're going to do dailies here in about 12 minutes and stuff like that. I should be back in about 5 to 6 minutes. Got to let my dogs out, feed them, see what I'm going to do for a drink myself. I need to drink some water. I've been yelling a little bit too much. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Also, if you're interested in Guild Wars 2 and all that kind of jazz, you know, I am an ArenaNet partner. You can, I don't know, use the links below. That's what it was. I was searching so hard. My brain was like, what are we doing with that? There's links below. The last episode, last update of Visions of Eternity is September 15th. So yeah, is that it? All right, I'll be back here soon. BRB. All right, I'm back, everyone. That was closer than 10 minutes, I know. Daily reset has happened. And why is there no music? There's no music? Having a bigger yard, my dogs can sneak their poo. I stepped in some poo. Had to get it off my shoe. Out of breath. All right. Daily reset and festival daily stuff. Let's do it. All right. We do this. Now, I feel like the game's a little quiet. Is the game a little quiet? Turn it up a little bit. Maybe it won't feel so quiet. We'll buy one of those. Why not? What's this? Bag of scrap. Sure. What's this? Nothing looks good there. I don't need to do this right now. Horn of Maguma. None of that looks good. Okay, I think that's all my daily stuff I need to buy. We're gonna beat the crap out of this guy and keep up appearances. Psh. Let that guy finish it off. Nice. Take that. Go out here. The treasure hunt starts at 7:30. And since I've carved out some time to stream, we'll do it on stream. I yelled too much today. I feel it. A reminder, there more than likely won't be a show tomorrow. I have family in town still. And I will, yeah. Be going out with them tomorrow. There's also a festival happening here. I think I was talking about that earlier. I might go over there and visit that a little bit. I don't know what's going on with my nose, man. It was a lot of pollen outside. And my yard is getting to a good place. 2 days ago, hello? Why is my shit not working? Is the game lagging? What is happening here? But I went to cut some more of these vines that I have all over my fence. And the roots are like in the ground and they do all sorts of stupid crap. Anyways, I went to cut some more of them because they go to the other side of the fence. And this tree got in my stupid way. What are the dailies? It's probably a good idea. 25 veteran. Yeah, we can get all these done today. I have way too much unidentified gear, so there we go. Open that. Open these. Do that. Boom. Profits. But anyways, so this tree got in my way, and I finally I started cutting it down, and then I just kept going. I cut down all the stuff that I needed to cut down on that fence. I shared with, I guess, 3 of my 4 neighbors. I didn't even realize because the property lines and how they work. One of my corner of my fences actually shares property with another neighbor. And now I know. But yeah, I just started cutting it all down. And then I took all the lumber and stuff and all the limbs and whatever and just put them all where it needs to be finished up. Yesterday I cut down more tree limbs. Got the tree limb that was hanging down still where I mowed, but mowing should be much easier now. It was when I got all that done and I mowed. It was nice. There's not like dodging the limbs and stuff anymore. It's all cut back. Front of my yard's looking pretty nice, except it's like covered in some weird fern weed I need to figure out how to get rid of. We'll just go to the guild hall. Bobo, I love you, but you've been naughty lately. You've been, yeah, you know. You know. Not listening to me. Been growling at me. And I'm trying to give him kisses. That's crazy. How dare. And then he was trying to get naughty with his sister earlier because they were playing. And she wants it. But of course he only does it in front of my wife, and I don't know why. I do know why. Because he knows that the fear of God is sitting right here. And you do not break the rules in front of me.
Goodbye.
And he knows the boundary of a yard, but he walked outside the gate the other day, and I was like, "You did what now?" He's just pushing the boundaries, and I don't like it. But I think it's because he's gained a lot of confidence. He learned how to use the stairs. He has this big yard. I have no idea what he's been doing when we're not home. Found out Paisley's been laying in I had this old Rubbermaid container full of my clothes when we moved, and I just had the lid off of it next to where she can see out the window. Today, when I woke up for my nap, she's just laying in that tub instead of on the cushion, and because I kept going, man, this is a lot of dog hair that I've got in this tub, but I don't know how that happened. Turns out she's just been laying in it.
Just one more confirmation of how great
It can't be more comfortable than the cushion. I guess that's what she wants.
shiny.
Now my clothes have her hair all over it, so yeah, gotta deal with that. All right, so let's go ahead and get my home instance done, and then we'll go to the Festival of Four Winds. But yeah, I've had to yell at Bo more in the last week than I probably have in the last month. Like, really yell at him. He's not listening, and he's not freaking obeying the rules. He's being a butt face. Have I had any luck? I haven't really been opening the supply crates, so no, I haven't had any luck with the and that's just it. Usually I don't get anything good from them, so I just dump a bunch of like loose materials that have overflowed, and that's it. When we did that opening the first day, so the last VOD, if you want to go watch that, people have missed it. Yeah, I don't know how many stacks I had. I think it was like 3.5 stacks, something. Maybe less. But yeah. Nah, I'm not gonna sit there and like figure out the money and stuff. My big suggestion to people, instead of doing what I do, is just to sell their excess at this time of year, because it's gonna even out to a certain price, and it's gonna be more than it ever was for the rest of the year, usually. So big chunk of that supply gets eaten up, but no, I haven't had any. In fact, throughout most of this game, I haven't really had any infusions drop for the most part, except for Winter's Day, where I've gotten a Dwarven one and a, was it a Dwarven one? I'm trying to think. I've had 2 infusions drop during Winter's Day. I don't think on stream either. So, not even recorded. But they weren't that expensive either. Like, I think one of them was 450 gold, the other one was 300 when I finally got them. So, alright, there's the home instance. Wow. It's a lot of hidden caches.
I was manufactured to the highest standards.
By the way, I know it's pronounced cache. I say it that way sometimes, but I think cache is just a fun way to say it, so have fun. What are you doing, buddy? Was it not comfortable enough? Sorry, Bo was. What's taking this so long to load? Bo was making his bed, and he was really into it. I'm going for speed. $11K Ecto. The price did go up, so they were profitable to a point. So yeah, it's a good amount of Ecto. Why did it not stop? Bum-ba-dam. Bum-ba-dam. Not bad, 116. Number 1. Holy crap. Still in the top 250. 114. I really like that race. When the skills are actually working this year too, so yeah, a lot of fun. Oh, I wanted to figure out this kite basket thing. Okay, so there's these kite baskets, and you have to fill them up with water balloons. Hold on, let's find them. It says empty water balloon, right? Go in the water. Then you take this, you put it in there, and you take this. Okay, I didn't do it. I haven't been able to launch one myself. But this is like the pre-event. That's not it. And it left. Oh, I bring to them. Oh. Or do I? Maybe I'm not understanding. Maybe I'm still not understanding. Wee. Uh-oh. I haven't been able to find one. Hey, one appeared. Nice. Oh, wee. How do we make... My wife is cooking food and I smell food. Boop. We did it! I got 12 festival tokens. Totally not worth it. What the frick, ArenaNet? Why are you so stingy with these festival tokens? I have nearly 30,000 of them. I guess I should buy something from the weekly vendor. Like maybe one of these?
Should I go and apologize or...
Sun-grown? Probably a good idea, right? I just have so many charges, you know? Or so many tokens. I'll just buy them all, I guess. Alright. Hammer! And then... I guess hammer. And then bone focus. Those are worth some money. Okay. Ba-do. All right. What's for dinner? I don't know. Cachet is something else? Oh, really? $5K gold to set aside mats for it in advance? Probably a good idea.
All mine.
Why do those exist? Are these even worth anymore? I think you gotta get the exotic ones. Can I? Ooh, I can. Might as well grab some research notes. Oh, really? Then I'm saying it correctly. Then I am pronouncing it correct. No. No. Mispronouncing words, I think, is fun. You know, and what's crazy is it used to bother me, like, when I was a much younger Zorric, like, when people wouldn't say words. And I don't mean, like, with an accent. Like, it bothers me when someone says loose instead of lose, like, instead of, like, misspelling, they, like, loose is not the same as lose, right? but they spell it the same way, and I'm confused about how they lost the the ability to spell it correctly. Like, you want to lose an extra O there, all right? But like, that stuff still bothers me, simply because like I know how to read, I guess. Like, that's why I think some of the stuff like used to bother me more when people used to pronounce, like, instead of saying idea, they say the ideal, and that used to just tick me off. Like, there's no ideal, all right? I'm doing good instead of I'm doing well. You know what? I've come around to, like, I hate when people get on people for using well and good, when most of the time, like 95% of the time, good makes sense still. I'm trying to think of the couple times where, like, you want to say like well in hand is better than saying good in hand, right? Like, they're not synonyms for everything. Well enough alone is the other one. Good enough alone is not making sense. Well enough is sort of changing the meaning. But if I'm doing good, you're doing good, you know? But, oh, Paisley. Come here, Paisley. You want to say hello to everybody before the treasure hunt starts? Come here and get your hair out of me. You want to say hello to everybody? My good girl. Did you go eat your food? You didn't poo in the house, did you? Say hello. My Paisley girl. You want to talk to him? Paisley. That's my good girl. Say hello to chat. You know, this is what Lucky used to do all the time. But then he'd be like, where's Mama? And I'd be like, I don't know, man. But you just like to cuddle. Yeah? You didn't sleep with me this afternoon, though. Was it too hot up here? I think it was too hot. Alright. Oh my goodness. Where's this? Ugh. One time, and I said it was fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. God, man. I want to bring back Dandy. How you doing today, Dandy? I think it's such a great word. Dandy. Because it feels like, it's almost like you're going to say, I feel like I need a dance, you know? But you're like, I don't want to dance, but I feel like I could, you know? I feel like that's where it's headed. That's not the meaning of the word at all, I don't think, but... God. Words are fun. Anyways, my point is, like, I don't really care about that stuff. Say well, say good. I don't think it's even a form of education anymore in this day and age, because I've realized how much I don't use proper English, even though I'm educated. Paisley. Bo. Lay down. No. What is that? No. Don't growl at me. Oh my God, I have 2 kids and they just won't stop trying to have sex with each other. Where did I go wrong? These heathens. My kids are dogs, by the way. One of them is not fixed, and she's going to be very soon. And so she has gone into heat, and she has been feisty. And I guess my son here has finally given in, even though he does not have the balls And I wonder what's changed in the last few days. Could it be we haven't been home? Oh, where'd your sister go? She completely left the room. She's like, I didn't get in trouble for this. Quoting George Carlin, if you don't know the reference. It sounded familiar. God, George Carlin. What a fucking mind. I think what made George Carlin why a lot of people enjoy him and a lot of people don't. I think what I liked about him so much is that I think he understood the difference between the status quo and normal, and just people trying to make the status quo and normal. Oh man, I'm not on screen. Thank God. I looked over. But like, yeah, he understood the ignorance of people very well. And you could see he was smart. He understood that. But yeah, I think he also understood like life isn't meant to be taken as seriously as people continue to take it. I think I that's what I saw a lot in him, was just like, this is the way people are, this is the way people could be, this is the middle ground. And by him like shoving a wedge in there, it made some people feel uncomfortable, and it made people like me laugh. Because it's like, yeah, like like there was a lot of good things. A lot of it still can't be repeated on national television. But he's not wrong. I think he's the emphasis of using your freedom of speech to say whatever you want about the people, governments, leaders, that kind of stuff. Well, some people found it offensive. I found it very grammatically correct. I think using the F word, some people are very, oh my God, you dropped an F-bomb. I don't think so. I think it's an emphasis on our language. I believe cussing on the research and stuff like that is more like grunting. We use it as filler. We use it as emphasis of emotion and brain activity to like sort of bridge the gap between what we're saying and what we're doing and feeling and that kind of stuff. It's different. I mean, like, you know, that dog, you know, instead of that damn dog. Just emphasizes that you're not happy with the dog versus, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying things at this point. I've just been gibberishing it all day. Oh, I never checked out the daily achievements. What do we have today? Faster than 4 wins, got that done. Watch Night Wrecker, of course. Bundle Looter, good. We're in the right place to get the ticket. We'll do a gauntlet. Might even do a blitz. We'll see. Try to stop me. Man, sometimes when I'm playing this game, I really love it. Just comes back to me why I play it. Just get a list and you start checking things off and you're just like, I did that. And then they're like, do a daily fractal, and I'm like, I hate this game. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dive, dive, dive. I don't really care if I get all 250 or anything here. It's not important. What's important is I get the first 25 for the bundle looter. And then I feel like I missed one. All these damn sky scales. Why would people do this on their sky scale? Gosh. Up and away! I don't think I need to use that. Nope. I feel like I go so slow. Man, my age is really catching me. Just how tired my body's been doing yard work and stuff. I feel like... freaking between the arthritis and the soreness. Old injuries. Da, 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 da. But also when I'm playing video games. Back in my day. Wait, did I grab that one? Nope. Back in my day, I would have missed this. Up and away. To start a gamer retirement home if it hasn't already been started. And before my buddy tells me, isn't that your guild? Listen! Alright? The average age of gamers is like going up and away, alright? Soon all guilds are going to be retirement guilds, okay? Alright, we didn't do too bad on time. We grabbing this right over 2 minutes, it seems, so. That's 70 bags. That's good enough for me. I don't think I exchanged out my other bags, too. Hey, 60 nice bags. Nice. So, the other day, when I did this bundle stuff, almost a week ago, I got 91 loot bags here. And I do not know how. / wiki bundle of loot. I'm looking. Collecting 5 bundles guarantees gold participation. Collecting 3 bundles guaranteed silver. Nice. Huh. They only cared about participation. Makes sense. And the tokens you get? Okay. Well, I guess we'll never know. I don't need that timer no more. Just having that run in the background. This guy's gonna start with Skimmer, and I think that's might be the better play. Meow. Wee. How did I miss? Loot D's, am I right?
Hey.
I'm sorry about that, everyone. My wife came in and she didn't think I was streaming. I even said I gotta get back to streaming. After I told her I got poop on my shoe. Some crazy. Hey, that's what she did. She came in. Hey. Wild. Wild. I remember back in my day, I wasn't disrupted while streaming, except like once a year. One time at our last place of residence, she just came in and started talking. Like, I was streaming, I was doing the thing, I was doing all this stuff. She just came in and started talking to me. Like, it was just another day. And I remember having to like mute, being like, I'm streaming. And she's like, oh. She was so surprised about it, but I was just like, she was oblivious. It's harder to tell because I don't have all the same setup. But man, hey. What do you mean? Hey. I am not doing good on time. Oh, this is a skimmer one, but I've come out too far. Ugh. Why, ArenaNet? Is there anything in this fucking water? All right, let's go. So I'm at 79. A minute left. Oh, shit. I do not like the ones in the water. The way they're positioned, the way like you have to get on off your mountain for that one. How easy it is to like get locked into place. I feel like the placement of this round needs work. And here's 90. Would you just grab it? Jesus Christ, ArenaNet, would you just make the hitbox a little bit bigger, please? So I got 90 that round. And we're definitely not getting them all in this round because I'm not going to be set up. Maybe. We did it. We're definitely not going to grab them all. I have to get the... Don't go too high again. Got knocked off my mount last night. So I went too high. No. Missed it. Nah. Okay, we're good. Did I miss one back there? I wonder if you're able to get them all. What it takes to get them all is how I should say it. Because I'm pretty sure you can get them all, but like within the time frame, or is there a specific setup that ArenaNet wants you to do for that? Like, I wonder how the quality assurance testing went for this specifically. I'm not getting the one down there. I see that one. It just sucks to get. Because it's by that waterfall. Wow. I went around it because the hitbox is so fucking small, ain't it? Can't see what I'm doing. Oi. Oi. Ah. I'm gonna do this one a little bit backwards than I usually do. We're gonna go up, up, and away anyways. I feel like you miss less loot bags by doing it this way. Okay, got about a minute here for me to get this. Stop it. Stop bouncing me. Don't forget about the one all the way down here. Hello, ain't it? Fuck, dude, why did I get stuck there? I'm holding spacebar and it just... Skyscale just wanted to fucking just T-pose. Alright, I'm at 117. One by the water wheel, one underneath the waterfall, but I feel like I'm still missing one somewhere. Because I'm pretty sure last year I was getting 118 consistently. So there's that one, the one behind the water. Must be somewhere over here. I'm missing it. Damn. Look at all that. Got my weekly, maybe? Can I get the one up there? Yeah. Huh. Now I'm doubting myself. I'm at 27 of these, so I've missed some. We'll go ahead and grab the curio box. Hey, I got an aqua breather. Sure. More importantly, though, I got a mystic coin. What's up? Ba, da, 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 da. The effigy. Quickly, everybody, throw your water balloons. The hell you doing standing around? Not very epic music. while we try to water balloon this effigy. Somebody give me alacrity, thank you. That's where he gets stuck. That's where he can do a lot of damage. All right, that's done for 30 festival. I don't know if you get anything from that besides the 30 festival. I thought you'd get a mini, but a chance at a mini, but I've done it so many times. All right, let me grab 10 of that. Champ loot. All right, we're done here. To the Crown Pavilion. We already did the home instance and stuff, right? Yeah. Just gotta make sure the rest of the daily's done, and then this place. We gotta do Gauntlet Gladiator. Holy crap! Cry the Cruel. Go over here and let's get started with this guy. Oh shit, I timed my dodge way off there. That was wild. Luckily, ArenaNet gives me a second one. Hableon. Hi, Paisley Pace. I almost died. And I got getting distracted, everybody. Getting distracted. There's a lot of damage I'm doing. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Does nobody know how to support? Oh. Where's a scourge when you need one? Got it. Yeah. That's why I have so many bronze chests, by the way, is because I do those. Get some gold chests. Gauntlet Gladiator and Watch Night Wrecker. We did not finish Watch Night Wrecker, but it's pretty easy to do. What's up, Watch Knights? Oh my goodness, that guy ran right up to me to ruin my freaking Spectral Grasp. Piece of schnipe. Yeah. What just happened? All right. I'll help you out. You help me. Whee! Can I get my mount back, please? Thank you. Let's go. That's done. That's my other ticket. Boom. Nice. 12 tickets. Some loot. All right, let's check our daily progress. That's all done. Boom. Excellent. Daily's not too bad today. Festival still takes time though. Whoosh. Did they bring out anything in the oh yeah, they brought out this. I didn't talk about this horrendous looking, crazy looking gourd. But I sort of like it, but not for 1600 gems. Definitely not. If you think it's worth 1600 gems, I can see why. I can see why. Oh yeah, and this. Are you kidding? 400 gems for that? You're telling me this is a quarter of this? Now I see why it's 1600 gems. Now I see why. Hold on, I gotta take another bite of this burrito. It's crazy. It's just like literally just meat, beans, and cheese. Holy crap. Not spicy though. It needs to be spicy. Bring it down with a nice ice cold Pepsi. Not a unpaid ad right there. Man, I've been drinking a lot more Coke lately this year, and I'll tell you, it's been hitting the spot, but then I go back to a cold Pepsi, and I don't know. I still like the Pepsi. I don't know why. My grandma was a big fan of Pepsi. She would just sit there in her chair, drink the Pepsi, the ice cubes, in a I can't think, a mason jar. And I'd be like, Grandma, you drink a lot of Pepsi. But like, I get it now. I get it. All right, we are done here technically, so all right, let's go back this way. We did it, didn't we do an opening, a Black Lion chest opening too on the last part? Bought some new Black Lion weapons. Oh, that's what I need to do. With the prices of things, people are selling stuff. I'm only 12 gold away from 5,000 again, so I keep earning my money back. So 25. Why is it showing me all this? Has all this dropped in price? There ain't no way I need... Really? Ain't no way. Something must be missing. Because these aren't the correct prices. Oh wait, I know it's wrong. It's on buy price, not sell price. I was like, dang, some of these got really cheap. There is nothing 25. Let me check 30. Even up to 30 gold, it would cost me 230. Ooh, one of them I am gonna look at. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. That's close enough. All right, my Miss Champion. But even 30 gold, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things to buy. It cost me 230 gold here, but I'm gonna hold off still. I'm actually surprised. Let's do 50, see how far it set me back. So up to 50 gold for skins that I don't have would set me back 3,407, so double what I'm looking at. Guaranteed wardrobe unlock would drop it down to 2773. We go back down to 30 for guaranteed wardrobe unlock, only 174. So I was looking at any 35, 407. Yeah, so still pretty expensive. I'd rather keep the 407 gold or even the 174 gold. The prices of things are coming down. So 25 gold is my cutoff right now, but in the future, if I start making more gold, I will definitely start upping to 30, 35, 40. 40 might be into the 1,000. Yeah, 1,251 gold up to 40. But that's sort of where I'm at when it comes to the cost of things. But there's some other stuff I'm worried about. Any's up to 1,600. Wild. All right. It's the cost of the trader stuff. Not traitor, but trader. This stuff. The plush ones are going to be really expensive still, so but yeah, I actually have to look inside of them to see if I've unlocked them, and I have. I'll know if I've gotten all of them inside pretty quickly. Yeah, because I buy from the top down. See, these are at 16,9995. I can still buy another one of these for 5 gold and some tokens if I want. But these are going to hurt if they're in the guaranteed wardrobe unlock update. And I need to see a guaranteed wardrobe unlock, so let's go get one of those. You. No, classic. Let me check here. Because the API may be off. Infernal Roar, Vermilion Longbow. I don't have those? That's crazy. This looks so wild, but it's because I've gained so many skins. I don't know how I lost the anomaly. I've had the anomaly before and a flux matrix, and I don't know what happened to him. It makes me sad. Yeah, I don't see him in here. But when they get added in, we're gonna have to buy them, and it's gonna be expensive because they're under 25 gold.
Always a pleasure.
Anyways, let's go back to what I just looked at. So all the way up to the trader. So this one, and this one are not done. Is the Golem Buster one done? It is. I think I finished that one. So I will need to sell a legendary, which requires me to do mapping, because I need the Gifts of Exploration, but I need to sell legendaries to fund buying out the rest of the trader stuff I don't have. And then we're to the more expensive ones that I would rather unlock in a wardrobe unlock if they're there. But yeah. These would be whammies at the end of the day.
Hey, listen,
I got a lot of stuff I need to go through here. Why do I have these? Unpackage that. Get rid of that. Oh, I need to put these, that's I need to put these back. Wee. This is still worth selling. Not really. Not far enough away from me. I have to sell these. I have a stack of them for Condi damage. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Get some research notes. Let me look at, where are they? So I have nearly 15,000 festival tokens. Yeah, I would have to grind tokens to earn enough. I just don't want to do that. I'd rather pay the gold, actually. It would save me time. Like, it's better to go map for 16 hours than to probably grind out the tokens. Yeah. Gamble for infusions, which would cost me money. I have nothing to gamble with. I don't think. Yeah, I don't have anything to gamble with. That's so much garbage. You know what? I think I'm going to do that. Hold on. Let me put in all of that. Move this here. Open all of this. It's true though. That's how you get tokens really fast. Okay. I'm like, damn. All right. Let's get that crap out of the way. Okay. And then all these rares come from.
Another personal victory.
Wait. I was about to say, what the frick? Yeah. It's all flip. 22 ecto? And then I have too many tiny totems. Alright, so let's pull these back out. I need to put that away. I have too many of those too, really? These you can't trade, right? It's one thing they need to add in there, I feel. Yeah, I don't need those. Down to here. Tiny totems. These and those can all be sold. Can I even sell these? Nope. That's the question. There was the answer. Alondru probably, but I'm getting rid of those. They're worth money. Hold on, this too. Sigil of Fire. Not gonna worry about it. If I was into selling candy bars, that's what I would sell. But I'm not. I'm into selling cars and the Ferraris and all of that. Wait, these are worth money? Hello? I need to sell those. The rest of those are merchant. Damn. Let's get rid of that. Where are those held? Down this way? I really don't need these, so it might be my best interest to go ahead and sell a stack of them. Times 4, so 1,000. At least I don't think I need them, but that's why we're gonna hold 2,000 of them. At 300 icy runestones. I'm proud of past Zorric. What a smarty. 580 antique summoning stones, but only 153 jade. Oh, that reminds me. Did I buy the ornate rusted keys? I really need to stop buying them, though. I haven't used them. I haven't used them at all. Okay. For as simple as this burrito is, it is good. So I keep wanting to eat more of it. 1,200 plus now again? For ornate rusted keys? Wait, what are you talking about? What? I only have... That's 500, 670 of them. Only. Where are those infusions at? Ugh. That's not bad though. I mean, you get like 2 to 4 of them or something, and then you get 5 at the end. So the farm's pretty fast. It's probably still a 40 gold per hour plus farm, right? What else do I need to do? What am I doing here, cubes? So I got it to 130. I don't know how I didn't get it last week. I feel like I did a lot last week. Other things to do with your time that's less boring? That's probably true. But gold is gold, either way you earn it. Really, if I was smart, I'd do it part of the mapping. Yeah, I'd make it part of mapping and then grab 10 chests as I map, just to get rid of 10 keys. Like, there are certain farms you can definitely add to mapping to get better money. And I don't do it very well, or if at all. Where is our mapping character? 65%? Anyways, let's go do some Guild Wars Reforged. It's really quick. I did miss a Skelfin's Day recently. We gotta move this character out of pre-searing at some point soon. I got a bunch of festival stuff too. And then I gotta, yeah, delete the character. Hiya. I was thinking about it. I don't know what I would do with the Guild Wars Reforged character at this point. I just do not know. I got so much to do on my main character that... Yeah, I'll definitely make a mule. I can leave the farm stuff behind. Or just sell it. I mean, selling it isn't going to be worth that much, right? Yeah, 360 gold. Get out of here. But yeah, I've been keeping up with this too. I was going to stop at a stack and then just wait until I move the character, but I said, you know, I have all these Skelfins and all these Worn Belts, and it's really easy to farm some of this stuff. It's pretty mindless. And the more I get before I leave, the better it is, right? So... Also, this character's carrying 8 plat, 980 gold. So that's a good chunk of money. If I do pre-searing again? Really, you should just keep doing pre-searing until it all comes to an end. Bum, 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 bum. Should have got some more water. All I got is this little bit of Pepsi left, and that was silly of me. Sell them for plat before you leave. I haven't got a single black or white dye since I've been here. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I just came here to see what it was. Oh, well. Oh, I think it was the Worn Belts. Excellent. Man, I had a crap ton of those, too. Yeah, I'm running out of everything. Enchanted lodestones are pretty easy. I don't see my icy lodestones in there either. So I'm missing some stuff in here. Oh, is that it? We done? Okay. That's it. Well, that was Guild Wars Reforged today. No, I wasn't gonna take that too seriously. The skeletal limbs and the gargoyle skulls. Yeah, you got to go into the catacombs and do all that. I don't mind that. I think I don't like icy lodestones. Yeah, so icy lodestones, spider legs, skeletal limbs, and gargoyle skulls are sort of all on the same level. But like the icy lodestone synergize for the enchanted lodestones and even some worn belts, so it's not terrible. The abnormal seeds or whatever they are, they synergize very well with worn belts. But yeah, I don't like the Grawl necklaces too much either. Like a lot of the farms I'm just sort of over. The red iris flowers is what it is. Pretty mindless, pretty easy. I hate the baked husks. I do not like the baked husks at all. I don't like waiting for them to pop back up. I don't like just the one little place to farm them. Those suck. Those are at the top of my, I'm not going to do that farm. And then above that is char carvings. No, thank you. No, thank you. But yeah. Is there anything I need to cover for Guild Wars 2 or Guild Wars 3? Guild Wars Reforged. Farmed mini characters in pre-searing. That's wild. I've done 4. Try to see if there's anything. I don't think so. I don't think I'm missing anything. Look on the Discord quickly. And 4K versions of that. The code and the human stuff I'm not going to go over for Guild Wars 3 tonight. Because I haven't really looked at it myself. I'll have to check it out. Oh my goodness, what did I do with this towel? Let's see here. What else? Voice work, the gourd, we went over that. We already went over that. Yeah, I think we're caught up again. I didn't miss too much. We just had a show last week. This one was, I need to do a show, and I need to cover, and I need to do my dailies, so. But yeah, so. We will definitely be back September 15th, I keep saying, if not sooner. We will be back here on YouTube after this weekend with Kingdoms of the Dump, or this weekend, depending on what's going on. We will do Kingdoms of the Dump here next week. I don't expect Kingdoms of the Dump to take us more than 6 parts, but if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it takes us less than that, it takes us less than that. Then we have Final Fantasy VIII starting on twitch.tv/AngryZorric. After that, we're getting to the end of August already, so we only got 11 days left, so got to make the most of it. But sadly, there will not be a show tomorrow, as I will be spending time with family and getting some other things done. You want to sit? You want to come up? Come on. Come on. Oh, what did I get on my shirt? Come on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi. So, yeah. We have, where was I? So we won't be here tomorrow. I don't know if we're doing Final Fantasy VII's finale on Saturday or Sunday, but there's also a festival. If it's too loud, we'll just do something else. I might start Kingdoms of the Dump early if it isn't like overly loud, but it is annoying, because I think that'll be fun. It is Kingdoms of the Dump. But yeah, Chaz, we'll get back to your game. Then Final Fantasy VIII, we will start shortly after that. And we'll start that playthrough and get that done. Things are getting pushed back just a little bit here, but that'll be fine. September starts on Twitch at August 31st or something, and goes until October 2nd or something like that. So we will be over there to do Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX. We will be back over here to do Fields of Mysteria and Visions of Eternity starting on September 15th. We will break whatever we're doing to do Visions of Eternity, and how many parts the finale is how many parts we do. Those will be longer shows, of course, probably 6 to 8 hour shows for Visions of Eternity. Fields of Mystery will also be about probably 6 to 8 hours. Kingdoms of the Dump will be probably closer to 8 hours, depending. That's why I don't think it's going to take us more than 6 parts. It's about a 40-hour game, if that, is my guess, because it's an RPG. Hold on. How long to beat? How long, Paisley? You are making this really hard. To beat Kingdoms of... yeah. Let's see. How long to beat? 38 hours? Uh-oh. Main story is 25.5. Main story plus sides is 30.5 hours. Complete everything is 38 hours. Okay. Interesting. So 30 hours. 28 to 31 hours, says AI. Right here, there you are. 34 hours on average to beat everything. So yeah, 5-6 parts. Am I gonna do the story for Visions of Eternity or Achievement Hunt? Both. We will do, we will finish up all of Visions of Eternity after the final update. So that includes the story achievements for missed story achievements, all the meta achievements and stuff that I can do, to the point where I'm satisfied and just don't want to do any of the paper cut achievements or anything like that. I'm not going to sit there and uncage 30 things and stuff like that, and nah, it's just not going to happen. I need to keep my brain more active than that. Then I'll give my final review to Visions of Eternity. Right now it's sitting on a 6.5 out of 10, so we'll see what the end of that expansion brings. But yeah, we will be finishing up Visions of Eternity and that content in September. After that, it's Hall of Monuments 2.0, and, you know, yeah. So, all of Visions of Eternity, story and that kind of stuff, September 15th, and we will go until I finish it all up. I'm guessing it's going to be 2 or 3 parts to get it all done. If there's like grindy achievements and stuff, we'll just have to come back and do an update. And there's probably going to be grindy achievements, but I was able to get most of it done last time and the time before, so... Actually, no, that's not true. We'll see. We'll see. And Remy will be in here saying dead game, so... This is just the way she is. And she'll just stay this way. As long as she, and if I do this, she'll just fall asleep. She just loves to be held and cuddled. That's Paisley. You know Ray Paisley. You're like a cat. In many ways. Or a rabbit, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, so what else? For if you don't know, for Final Fantasy VIII, we're playing through, not leveling, and we're getting all the GFs. We're getting we'll max out everybody's weapon. It's funny, Final Fantasy VIII is not a complicated game, so getting everything just... It takes a little bit of know-how, but we'll continue to use a guide because I think it's fun that way. And the guide, it was pretty good for Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy IX, we will use a guide, but most of it will have to be grind. Weirdly grind. But there's also some cheese we can do with like the Chocobo Hot and Cold and that kind of stuff. We will max out the beak level and stuff again. We'll beat Ozma. We will Final Fantasy IX, there's a lot more we have to do. I will not be getting Excalibur 2 because that means I would have to beat the game in less than 12 hours, and that would not be interesting for a lot of people. That means we would skip the mini games. We want to do things early, and we would funny enough, it wouldn't be shorter in parts, it would be shorter in fun because I'd have to keep resetting the game to save time. But yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, we will try to steal stuff more than I did in the last probably couple playthroughs, and we're just gonna have to be patient with that. The chance of stealing certain things is really low, so my frustration with that will be high, but at the same time, that is part of the game. But Final Fantasy VIII, there are things we need to steal after we get Mug, which will require us to get Diablos. But for the most part, none of it's required. But it just makes the game easier to get it early, and we can mess with things. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. We're not going to do a 6-person junction or anything like that. That's a lot of magic. You have to get organized and decide who gets to carry what. But yeah, we'll beat Omega Weapon again. I think I've done that like every time. That it's the super weapon in Final Fantasy VIII. I'm trying to think of what else in Final Fantasy VIII we will do. Yeah, there's just a lot there. Kings of the Dump, I have no idea what's going to be required. There was like a stat farm at the beginning of the game I'll check out again, because I saw that. But other than that, it's not my favorite play style, but I was very interested in the mechanics in the open world, jumping around, finding items, that kind of stuff. The boss fights seem pretty fun too, if I remember right. Again, I was very interested in the game until I soft locked, and well, yeah, I guess it was a soft lock. But the devs fixed that, and I took my review away, and we'll see. And I might recommend the game, but a lot of people like Kingdoms of the Dump. Fields of Mystria, I have no goal with that game, except to get as many achievements as possible, just sort of like we did with Roots of Pacha, now that it's in 1.0. So if you miss some Stardew Valley-like content, there you go. I've also purged Stardew Valley of mods and Skyrim of mods, and I'll be uninstalling Skyrim, actually, because they just updated the game again, and I just don't have space for it anymore. But the reason why I'm purging those two is because there's some Stardew Valley stuff I want to do, and with it being broken and not being able to run, I just need to get it back up and running vanilla, and then see if I can fix it from there. I'm trying to think of what else. Also, all the mods for Stardew Valley needed to be updated and that kind of thing. Pokemon is still there. I'll try to do something with that eventually. Now, looking forward for the rest of the year, October, November, December, the only games that are set is in October, Final Fantasy X full grind on Twitch, and Final Fantasy 12 in November, full playthrough on Twitch. Other than that, the rest of the year here on YouTube, I haven't decided exactly what we're going to do here, what we're going to play, besides Guild Wars Reforged and Guild Wars 2. So, yeah, that's sort of where we're at. I'm trying to think of what else we could possibly do here. But those are the main games that will be here for the rest of the year. And then I don't think there's anything that has come out or could be coming back. If Fields of Mystery, it might take a while. I have to decide how that's going to work out. I might have to break things up or whatever, but yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else coming out, but as things come out that were here on YouTube's main channel, I will come back, play through them again. There's going to be a DLC for Cast and Chill. If you watched me play that, I will come back here to the main channel to play that, because why not? And then some Friday fishing maybe, and then yeah, so Twitch has sort of become my dumping ground for stuff I want to do, like the Final Fantasy project. And then of course youtube.com/@ArenaNet has become the dumping ground for the VODs of those Twitch things, except for any collabs. So if you've been missing content, make sure you're following this channel and that channel to catch up on that content. Lots of randomizers and stuff happened over on Twitch this year, so I also want to get over to the secondary channel when I have some time and make some playlists so people can find things a little easier. Because we did Final Fantasy 1 through 6 already, 7's about to happen, and so I'll make those playlists for those playthroughs, and then all the randomizer stuff that we put over there for A Link to the Past. We've done like 20 of them or something, I think. I don't know, it's a lot. So I'll put those in a playlist, and then yeah, I don't know. We'll see how the rest of the year goes. I haven't really talked to Magix or Remy about any more collab stuff over on Twitch or anything like that, but yeah. There's other things I have planned here on the main channel, but I'm not ready to announce anything since the projects aren't done or I haven't initiated anything. There's also a lot of other stuff that has been given to me, but like from Dee and some other people, that I need to glam up the Twitch side of things again and glam up this channel again a little bit. I like the simplicity of YouTube though. I'll be honest. I don't like all the bells and whistles and stuff, and I haven't really returned them. I find it very distracting and disruptive to what I'm doing, which may not be a terrible thing, but yeah, I haven't decided all that yet, but that's the rest of the year. Again, when we get to October, the year's just gonna fly by no matter what. So the rest of the year, I feel like September is going to do that. August sort of is that. August has been like busy flying by, but feels so slow. The days are sort of blending in, but at the same time, I feel like we're already to like August 28th and it's only August 20th. So, you know, nearly 2 weeks left of this month, and I still feel like, you know, it's been flying by the last 20 days. But just a reminder, I didn't move until August 2nd, so I've only been in the house a couple weeks, a little more than a couple weeks. So, but it feels like we've been here an entire month. But yeah, I still have some more of that stuff to get done before the end of the month too. So things are just gonna get pushed back a little bit, but I think that's fine. I've been go mode for a long time, since May, so it's good to break things up, I think, a little bit right now, so I can rest up. If I do feel the burnout, I will let you know. I felt a little bit of it, that's why I backed off a bit here, but I think it's mostly because the change stuff started to affect me and things like that. So, but just know that I do want to get back to the 50,000 achievement point hunt. It's going to be much easier after Visions of Eternity because of all those achievement points. We still have another 100 achievement points, so 48,500 is already technically done. But yeah, then if they start pulling out Hall of Monuments 2.0 stuff, that's also going to help me see if I need new achievements or have to get new achievements or whatever. Those are going to get points. If not, we can just get back to the grind and finish out the year going for 50,000 achievement points here. That will be in between the Final Fantasy stuff. If I get to 1,000 subs here on youtube.com/AngryZorric, I will play Final Fantasy 13 here on YouTube against all copyright claim and everything like that, just so I can rag on the game. And yeah, I am covered in dog hair. All right, Paisley, I gotta put you down on the ground. Not forever. Don't worry. You're so warm. And you're so hairy. Where's that? I'm gonna get it all over my burrito. Yeah. Yeah. I chose black as the uniform for my streams. What a fool. What a fool. Should have chose gray. Oh yeah, speaking of uniforms, don't forget to buy merch, people. Nobody buying merch, man. I went out of my way to get that merch done. Nobody buying merch. I get it though. Save your money. I get it. There is some new shirt designs I do want to get out there. The Rainbow Cube one, I couldn't get that one done for whatever reason, but I'll get that one out there. And then I need to redesign it. And then I might make something for October, just so you all know. And I won't wait until October to release it. I'll release it before October, because what's the point of buying a shirt, waiting 2 weeks to get it in October, and then finally wearing it in, like, with a week to go. So my Final Fantasy downfall was 13 was your first one. I struggled to complete disc 1 and then said F this and hated my friend for suggesting the game. Yeah. Watching people who enjoy that game play it makes the game more enjoyable. Watching people who do not like the game can be cathartic. And then watching people struggle through the game really makes you not want to play it. So you felt the struggle side of things and you understand that. But I know how to beat the game, I think, still. I just don't. There's so much about the game I just don't like. Yeah. Final Fantasy X, going back and playing that, there's so much about that game I don't like. I didn't remember, and then going back and experiencing it again was... But we may mod Final Fantasy X to get through it. No limits. We may mod Final Fantasy 13 if I can't get through it. I don't know. Oh man, I gotta see if that launcher still works. yeah. Sometimes the launchers just stop working with Windows 11. But anyways, I gotta get going. It's been 4 hours and 22 minutes. 4 hours and 21 minutes. Is there anything else I need to talk about? No. Blue Sky, follow me there. You can join the Discord. We are going to be messing with it next month at some point, probably. If not, definitely October. I'm going to be changing the official Salt Cube Factory Discord. So if you join it, things may change suddenly. It's just going to opt you into certain stuff with a bot. Or make you opt in, aka can you follow the rules, that kind of stuff. And then things are going to change. Because just, my God. You know what hasn't happened? And fuck, knock on wood. I don't got any wood. Somebody knock on wood for me. I have not got a friend request this week for profiles after my big giant meltdown. Did that happen on Twitch or did that happen here last week? There was a point where somebody came into my chat and was trying to solicit me. And I've had enough, man. But anyways, I've just started nuking people who have been like, hey, be my friend. So if you get caught in the crossfire, make sure you follow me on Blue Sky. And then you can message me there and be like, yo, why did you block me? I'd be like, you selling me art? And if you go, no, I'm just a dude, then I'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. Just a dude. But yeah, that hasn't happened this week. I finally caught a break. What the hell? And I'm not even streaming. I think that's just it too. I haven't been streaming, so maybe they haven't seen that. And then like, cause a lot of it, I don't know where they come from because they get nuked off or whatever, but like the Guild Wars, Discord, all the Guild Wars Discords, the Wiki one and that kind of stuff, like they're just looking. And then Vulcan's Discord, where I don't let people DM me anymore from. I nuked that last week too. I said, okay, that's it. No more DMs. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. But you all had your chance to leave me alone. All right, that's it. Any mods looking in chat, I appreciate you as always. Midian, thank you for being my mod today. Appreciate all of you that are helping me out and stuff. I will be back and fully functional. I thought I would be back fully functional this week for sure. I was back officially for streaming last week, but we sort of started that early. But I'm still like trying to get things moving here. So yeah, I will be trying to get back into the swing of things, scheduling things, putting streams in certain places. We may even start late night streams and stuff like that in the future, just so I can get content in or cover stuff, or just because I can. Then there will be yeah, I need to get back to World versus World a little bit. I need to get back to being a guild leader a little bit. Just a little bit. And then yeah, it's just so much has been happening, summertime, that kind of stuff. But of course, you know, I had a big change here, but that should settle down by September. And then a lot of content that I just decided to do this year, which you know, I could just stop doing it. We don't I've said that I don't have to play all the Final Fantasies and stuff like that, but I'm just gonna do it because I could. But yeah, I'm glad I went back and played some more of those so I can just enjoy them instead of the marathon run. I don't think the marathon run was a bad idea. I think playing Final Fantasy X at the end of a marathon run was a bad idea. So yeah, but if I do any more Final Fantasy in the future, I think what I'm gonna do is just sort of play my favorite 2D ones, because the 3D ones take so long and I do enjoy playing through them. But I think I would just play through like Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so like mostly 1 through 6, but I want to play 6 again. I did enjoy the playthrough of 6 because we took our time, we did the grind, and then I finished it the way I always finish it because I decided, well, it's just not really worth it building 3 teams. But yeah. And I was doing 100%, and you don't need to do 100%. And I think finally having a good, just fun playthrough of them now after I've done these, I think would be a good idea, especially 7. Playing through 7 and just getting everything instead of just getting the things I want and then beating the game, like, big difference. I did enjoy getting all the limit breaks for everyone early, though. Ooh, that's a big time commitment. But I think this time through, I would only do it for Cloud and Barrett. If I was to do it again in a just for me playthrough, Cloud and Barrett. I would not beat Emerald Weapon early again, though. See you later, Chaz. Yeah, go tuck your kids in. I'm leaving, too. I'm done. I'm just gibbering. Just gabbing. I'm just rambling. All right, I'm out of here. And as always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. If you're going to bed, sleep well. Get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. If I don't see you for the rest of this weekend, which I believe Friday's the beginning of our weekend, but you won't see me tomorrow. I don't think, anyways. So enjoy the beginning of your weekend. I will be back on Saturday or Sunday for Twitch.tv. If for some reason like this festival is really that loud, we may just push back until Monday. So I will let you know on Discord and Blue Sky. Okay, so make sure you follow me there. But yeah, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your August. If you started school and stuff like that, congratulations. You're a youngin. I don't think college stuff starts up until September. Who knows? But anyways, whatever you're doing, enjoy the rest of your year and all that kind of stuff. I know it's gonna get busy here with the holidays here soon, and I don't know. Go eat a burrito. All right, bye. Eat a burrito.